commencement of day 4 of the Stream 3 hearing. Any preliminary matters? Well, in that case, we'll switch to the Heritage New Zealand team. See, Ms. So can you hear us?
We can. I can hear you, Alison Dangerfield. Oh.
Do I see Ms. Bauman's forehead? And Mr. Raymond, I presume? So we have your pre-circulated evidence. How would you like to proceed? Waiting for action.
Sorry. Would you like one of us to start proceedings?
Well, as I say, over to you. We have scheduled you for 45 to 50 minutes. So how would you like to proceed? We're open to suggestions.
Well, I'm happy to start off, and then Alison will join in with further comments as we go along.
That's fine.
So is our link and audio coming through well enough?
I can hear you loud and clear.
That's great. Okay, thank you for that. So just thank you for the opportunity. Ko Dean Raymond taku ingoa, ko taranaki te maunga I rune taku ngā kau, no ngā motu aho. I just want to acknowledge the tangata whenua of Porirua. I was listening into their answered evidence yesterday, and greetings to the hearings panel. Thank you for the opportunity. I think in terms of the areas that remain under question, it basically comes down to matters of timing and process for items such as the Gia homestead interior and the Austrian houses, and inclusion of the settings in the places that are missing at the moment. So I'll get to those points in a minute. Apart from that, there were a few relatively minor points that I just want to respond to from Caroline's supplementary evidence and some of the comments and questions I was listening into on Monday. So if I just go through those relatively minor points first, there was a question asked by one of the commissioners about how are interiors in general protected, and my answer would be it's through district plan scheduling process and associated rules. There are other methods such as covenants, but they are pretty rare, and I don't think there's any actually in Porirua. In terms of interiors in general, the Heritage New Zealand submission, one aspect of that was there's ambiguity in the references to interiors in the schedules. Caroline's suggestion in her paragraph 21, I think that would clarify where those comments sit, which is helpful in terms of clarifying that ambiguity that's there currently. But I also would comment that where interiors are mentioned in the statements of significance, that seems to imply that there are heritage values in those interior elements. So the submission point remains that maybe these also need to be included specifically. There was questions on Monday about the word outstanding, which is used in Historic Heritage Policy 2, and it would add consistency to use that word also in the introduction to Schedule 2. I also note that the same word is used in the Heritage New Zealand Porirua Act regarding Category 1 historic places. Going to relocation, I agree with Caroline's recommendations for the Policy 12 regarding relocations. Clarifying one point, the Heritage New Zealand submission did not request using the word imminent in the policy. In the submission, the reasons for submission did include the word imminent risk, I think it was, but we didn't actually ask for that to be in the policy, and acknowledging there are imminent risks, but there are also, as one of the commissioners mentioned, slow-moving train wrecks. Alison Dangerfield might, if the commissioners want to hear an example of a relocation which has occurred in Porirua in recent years, we might get to that. Ngati Toa had submitted about the accidental discovery note, or it may be put in an appendix, which was supported by Heritage New Zealand. And I understand it's common practice for accidental discovery protocols to include a clause like this. If the site is of Māori origin, then the appropriate iwi or representative should be notified. So that's something which I would support. In terms of integrity, a question again was raised, is this something different to heritage values or part of it? And I think Ms. Dangerfield's best placed to answer that question. Grazing, it's something which has been identified as an issue across New Zealand on archaeological sites, particularly on PAR sites. So my question would be, does it need to become an issue within the Porirua Rohe specifically before the council is able to act on that? Or can the council rely on more nationwide experiences of this being an issue on those sort of places in order to include some provisions on that matter? It's more of a question than actually a conclusion on that matter. Okay, and just touching on the Gia homestead, I understand the heritage experts have agreed that the interior of the place merits inclusion in the schedule. A level of assessment has already been completed, and I think that was in Ms. Dangerfield's evidence. It appears to me that the level of further work is achievable as part of this process, and that would be preferable to delaying it and doing that later as a plan change. There may be other interiors which can be identified, assessed, and included at a later date, but this one is possibly a low-hanging fruit which can be done at this stage. The 8 places which don't have a setting, the plan does rely on settings for a number of provisions, which I have mentioned in my evidence. So I think it's really necessary to include settings for each place at this stage. Otherwise, there is a gap in provisions and something can occur or be proposed for which there's not really any redress. And again, I gave a theoretical example in my evidence statement about that possibility.
Sorry,
the Section 32 report. Sorry, yes.
Can I just clarify in terms of the 8 places with the no settings, we don't have before us any wording as to what those settings what the words to go in the plan should be? That's a question. Do we have that?
I think my preference, I would agree with Caroline that a mapped extent is preferable to words. Sometimes a description may be necessary in some cases, but it would be more precise and preferable to map an extent. And some of them may be
I
a
think
site
you misunderstand
boundary.
the question. We don't have a map either.
We don't have a. As my understanding is, I'm just trying to clarify what the situation is at the moment is what's before us. In the plan, it has where the settings are in that table. It has NA. So we're agreed on that.
That's what it says.
If there was going, and some of the other ones have settings, and that's actually got a description written in there about what it is, and it may or may not have a reference to a map. In terms of what we have before us in terms of the submission is that the settings for those 8 places should be there. So that's the relief sought.
Yes.
But what the actual words say and whether they refer to a map, do we have anything before us as to what that should say, how it should be mapped? Has that been, if you want, like finalised and then put before us to make a decision on that latter part of it?
No, I don't believe it has. There hasn't been an assessment done of exactly where those settings would lie, and they haven't been mapped.
Right.
So the schedule, apart from those 8 that say NA asterisks,
yes,
the others do have a setting which is often the site or as shown on the map. It's basically those 2 options.
Right. So then if we don't, well, firstly, do we have a problem in terms of, as the panel, do we have a problem in that we don't have that before us? We don't know what the extent of the mapping would be. Is there the possibility that some of the setting, depending on the place that we're talking about, is on private land or extends onto private land? And are there any implications for those landowners? That's the sort of thing I'm trying to understand. Are you able to help with any of that?
I don't have a handle on exactly where those settings may be. It may be, for example, the railway station. It may be the platform would be the setting along with the building itself, which is in the schedule. Mm-hmm. For the things like the machine gun posts, imagine it's probably a radius around that, but it would not take someone with heritage experience to go to the places and look at it and say, okay, the setting is obvious when you're standing there. Maybe Mr. Dangerfield can also answer what would be necessary for that process to occur and settings to be defined.
I'm trying to work out when would it need to be done before the council's reply? Do you see it being done by that the council would engage somebody to undertake that task and include it in reply? How do you see it working?
I think the council could definitely engage someone to undertake that task. As I understand, the heritage values, values and attributes of each place is already known because they are already included in the plan. So that's a step towards understanding the context of it. But I think that would definitely be preferable for that to be done as part of this proceeding. Is
there anything around are there any risks around how the settings described that might impact on, what is it, people that don't have a submission on, or a further submission in relation to this?
Yeah, I guess that's possible. As an example, it may be Kiwi Rail that may impact on them if the platforms are included as a setting, which currently it's just the building, which is in the schedule and protected by rules.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Okay. So what would be the, if for whatever reason we found that it wasn't appropriate to include the settings now, as you said, what alternative would there be in terms of being able to have the settings included? And I'm talking about whether it might be something that is within our delegated authority to do, and equally there might be other things that need to be done that are not within our ability to do something about it, given that we're only a panel, not the council itself.
Well, I guess the options are to include them now as a response to the submission, or to say we can't do it, or we won't do it at this stage. So I guess it would just be a note in your decision about that would need to be part of a variation or a plan change in the future.
Okay. No, thank you. Apologies, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I've nearly finished comments I wanted to make at this stage, but of course there may be more questions. I just, in terms of the settings, I think there is an urgency to it because there is a gap in the provisions if all of the places don't have a setting in reference to subdivision rules, buildings within the setting of a historic place, and those are the two main ones that come to mind. So I think it's quite urgent that it is addressed because of that gap.
So it's going to be me again.
Yep.
So I'll ask this question for Ms. Ragland to address in the in reply when it's her next turn to talk. But what's your understanding of why we've got 8 that have NA as to the settings, but we have settings for the rest?
I think it may be just a historical, or I don't mean a historical place, history of a planning process. Maybe they came from the operative plan. In the Section 32 report, which was August 2020, it acknowledges the lack of setting, and it states that this could be addressed through future work. And I think that could have been done in the time between August last year and now, but it hasn't been. So it's kicked into the future at some point.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Basically, the last thing to comment on at this stage is the Austrian houses. I think Ms. Dangerfield's evidence looks at a representative sample, and I think the intention of that is the overall area of Austrian houses was quite substantial. There are a lot of houses. I don't have a figure in my head, but there were hundreds. So it's the intention of that submission, and the evidence is not to try and include all of the Austrian houses, but actually select a street or a segment of a street which have the most integrity and are a good representation of what is there or what has been there. So I think that's in terms of what it means to be representative. I understand that there's a process that would need to be involved in assessment of that, and potentially some different planning provisions, because it is a different type of heritage area compared to what's in Schedule 4 at the moment, or the individually listed places in Schedules 2 and 3. So for this one, I understand that that may need to be part of a variational plan change. It would, however, be good to see some level of commitment from a council about progressing that idea.
Can I, Commissioner Sinclair again? Sorry, can I just, I'm interested in whether are there any planning implications with looking at Ms. Dangerfield's evidence, and that there's a potential that with some of the, if you select some of the Austrian houses, that there are other houses that if you selected it on an area basis, there might be other houses that are not the Austrian ones that might be included in the area? And are there any planning implications for those that are not being...
I think it could be, if an area is delineated as a historic area, there may be identified within that contributing and non-contributing buildings. So that's the case with other heritage areas in places like Wellington. They identify specifically non-contributory buildings and ones that do contribute to that, the heritage values of the area as a whole.
And is that referenced in the, at a policy and then a rule level in terms of being able to make that distinction?
Yeah, I think that would need to be if there are non-contributing buildings, perhaps the area drawn up, everything in there is contributory, in which case you wouldn't need that provision. But if there are some that aren't, then that would need to be written into and acknowledged. So maybe Alison Dangerfield can speak to that in more detail than I can.
Okay, I'll put this question to you now, but it might be for Ms. Dangerfield. In terms of the area that was selected, it's my understanding that not all of the Austrian houses are in single ownership, i.e. Kaingaroa. In terms of the example area, well, how many are privately owned?
I think Alison can answer that better than I can. I think the majority are held under Housing New Zealand, Tangaora. There may be several other owners in there as well, but definitely there's not a different owner for each property. There's quite a large number of state houses still there.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, it's in terms of those are the specific things I wanted to respond to. Of course, any other questions, comments, I'm happy to take.
Thank you, Mr.
Now or later.
There is one point that I should draw to your attention. I should have drawn to your and your colleagues' attention, and that is that at the start of day 2, before Ms. Racklin presented her Section 42A report, I noted that Commissioner Williams had a personal conflict regarding the Austrian houses, and that that Heritage New Zealand seeking to be listed, and won't play any role either in our discussion of that today or in our decisions in relation to that. So that's just in case you weren't online. That's something for you to be aware of.
Thank you. I didn't notice that. I came on a bit late for the comment.
I had a question about your comments about the accidental discovery note. Ms. Racklin's reasoning, as I understand it, is essentially that the plan is recording for information the provisions of your Act. Forgive me for associating you with the Heritage New Zealand, but for convenience, your governing Act, and therefore it's not appropriate for the plan to be interpolating additional information. So just to get clear on that, are you telling us that it is Heritage New Zealand's policy to routinely notify the relevant iwi whenever an application is made to it, or it's advised of an accidental discovery that has cultural implications?
I believe that is the case. Geraldine Bowman is probably the best person to give a very authoritative answer on that, but I believe what you're saying is correct.
Well,
Commissioner, if I may help, the accidental discovery protocol in itself will require, if a discovery of archaeological or cultural material is found, that various people are notified, ourselves obviously, and iwi, because often it's a requirement that iwi may have to carry out certain tikanga protocol processes in respect of what's found. The police are also advised if it's ko-iwi. So that usually works in that way. If for a reason we are advised, well, and it's going to go through the Archaeological Authority process under the Heritage New Zealand Poheri Tonga Act, our Act, then the applicant has to work with the iwi. So one way or another, iwi are involved.
And either you, Ms. Bauman, or Mr. Raymond could hopefully assist. Given that the plan is seeking to record what Heritage New Zealand is doing under its Act, how should that be framed? If we decide to insert it, because if it's not on the face of the Act, should we be framing it as Heritage New Zealand policy?
The authority process is through the Heritage New Zealand Act, but if you're referring to the contents of an ADP, I'm not quite sure of what you're meaning. Can you help, Dean?
I think this section, which is in the plan as proposed, and our submission was collecting up reference in several chapters and putting it in one appendix, but the words staying the same. My reading of it is it refers to the Act in terms of it's unlawful to destroy or modify an archaeological site, and you need an archaeological authority, and it talks about the definition of archaeological site. So I think that's all from the Act, but the other parts of it are more advice to people that are doing a development or an activity, that if you discover a previously unknown site, you must stop work and contact HNZPT for advice, and the police will also need to be notified. So I don't think that is quoting the Act, that's more advice on the process that should be followed in that case. So in the addition of if the site is of Māori origin, etc., that's equivalent. It's advice about a process which needs to be followed. I hope that's helpful.
But like my point is, that is a process that is administered by Heritage New Zealand. So the plan, if the plan is going to record what should be done in a Heritage New Zealand process, then I think it needs to say that something like that Heritage New Zealand's policy is that iwi should be notified. But that's my impression. But as I say, like, it comes back to the thing. What words need to go in the plan? Sort of, we're looking for you to assist us by telling us what Heritage New Zealand is seeking, and that you, as an expert planner, would recommend to us.
If I may, it's not a question of our policy that iwi be informed. We don't have any jurisdiction in respect of planning activities. We only come into play if then the consequence of a person's activities on the land in question is going to damage an archaeological site. And then that gets to the point of archaeological authority. What we're talking about here is the management of use of land by somebody. So if somebody is carrying out an activity on their land, we only get involved if they choose to get an archaeological authority. What this comment is really is, in a different way, writing an ADP. It's exactly what an ADP will say, that if anything's found, then these things should happen. And many district plans require ADPs where disturbance of land is occurring, i.e. subdivision or earthworks, that sort of thing. We can't impose ADPs because we only come in after an archaeological site is known or suspected and people want to damage it.
Well, let's take a step back.
Right.
The submission was addressing a description of the archaeological authority process. I think you're addressing a much broader issue about ADPs, and so the next question is, where should that plug in to the provisions? Again, sort of, what words need to go on the plan?
So the submission was from Ngāti Toa,
Yeah.
and I don't have the exact words they're asking for in front of me, but I can look that up. But I think the words would be in the Appendix 16 as proposed, something along the lines of, if a site is of Māori origin, the tangata whenua representative, and that could be specifically in this case Ngāti Toa, and they would have a preference of how that's worded, or in terms of their identity. Anyway, if a site is of Māori origin, a tangata whenua representative will need to be informed. Something like that would be my suggestion.
Okay. So, Commissioner, you had a follow-up?
So there needs to, am I just hearing this correctly, that you're suggesting that some additional wording needs to be placed into Appendix 16 to address that, and while it's Ngāti Toa's submission, you've got a further submission?
That's correct.
On that point.
Yep, that's correct.
So I think what the chair was asking, and maybe he was being I don't know, polite possibly. So are you able to provide us with some words that should be added to clause 16 to Ms. Racklin's recommendation that would address that matter? that's within the scope of the submission.
Yes, we can provide some recommended wording for that. And I would need to go back to the original submission to see what was being asked exactly and seeing if we can just accept that submission, or if some variation of words would be better in that context.
I suspect you might find that the Ngāti Taua Runanga submission was expressing the substance rather than making a recommendation as to actual words, which is why we're looking for your to you for your assistance. Now, having asked that question, the next question is, how long might you take? Could you do that by Friday night?
I could do it in the next hour.
Then that would be even better. But as I say, if you could provide to the hearing administrator suggested words that you are recommending be inserted.
Okay.
My next question is, in terms of grazing, you've posed what I would describe as a rhetorical question as to whether it needs to be an issue in Porirua before you act on it, and that really goes to the way in which district plans are written. My understanding is that the process is one of identifying issues in a district and then coming up with objectives, policies and rules to address those issues. Is that not right?
Yeah, totally correct. It's a matter of, I guess, how is an issue defined? Is it an issue if it's a potential impact on an area or a site? That could be identified as an issue, even though the damage to places like that hasn't occurred yet, thankfully. But looking in the broader picture of more nationwide things, that grazing on past sites is an issue. Therefore, we need to address it in our area as well. Or I think that would be sufficient, in my view, to identify it as an issue that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. And I noted your discussion of paragraph 31 and 32 of your evidence, Mr. Raymond, that going inclusion of various things would need engagement with the owners or operators. Is that to your mind an important part of the scheduling process, involving consulting and engaging with site owners?
Yeah, that is an important part of the process, and I think obviously the earlier that is done in the process, the better. And I think that's why my paragraph 31, 32, in those two cases, that more engagement would be necessary for, and it was the Sir Maui Pomare Cottage and the North Island Main Trunk Line, that those two instances, I can see the need for more consultation and engagement with the affected parties in those cases.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair, did you have any other questions?
No, I don't. Nothing.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Commissioner Williams. Heritage New Zealand made a submission in addition to Policy 15, Part 2, which Ms. Racklin has covered in her officer's report and recommended it be rejected. And it was about adding some additional words to Policy 15 about sufficient land is provided around the heritage item or historic heritage site to protect associated heritage values, and the addition was in the integrity of the heritage item or site. I don't think you've made any comment about that in your evidence. I suppose there's a two-part sort of question here. One is whether you would like to talk to that, and the second is whether the discussion we've had about including the setting of a heritage item in the descriptors in the schedule, in fact, covers that integrity of the heritage item or site, the addition that you proposed.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I have considered that. My understanding was Ms. Racklin did accept that submission point in her further statement.
That was my understanding also.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so that's her supplementary paragraph 25 agreeing with the requested relief.
Well, thank you. I obviously didn't catch up with that.
And in terms of what that means, Ms. Dangerfield could also speak to that. Right.
And then I have a more general question, and I'm not sure if you, Mr. Raymond, or Ms. Dangerfield could answer it. And it's that we've had a discussion about a sort of a catch-up process for items that are already scheduled and the work that might be required to provide extra detail for interiors or for settings. But if you were looking at new items to be scheduled, I mean, I've reviewed the sort of descriptions in the schedule, and they're not large, so I imagine they're pretty condensed to cover all the matters that you want to look at. But no, would much additional work be required when you're starting from scratch with an item, when you're undertaking that sort of site work? You know, is it an onerous job to add additional detail for setting and for interiors?
I think I'll let Ms. Dangerfield speak to that also. My understanding is if a place is already in the schedule, then there has been a lot of work about understanding what the place is, what its values are, so that it can be included in the district plan. So the level of work is less than identifying a place which less is known about or less is written about.
Right, thank you. I might run that past Ms. Dangerfield when she's speaking. Thank you.
Okay.
Kia ora, Mr. Raymond.
Kia ora.
Thank you very much for your submission, for the written submission, and for your responses to questions this morning. As I'm sure you'd expect, I've been listening very intently to the exchange between yourself and the chair over the ADP process, and have found some comfort in what you've said around the inclusion of tangata whenua in the ADP process as a matter of course. Just wanting to follow up on that very briefly with you. I found the submission of Ngāti Toa, and the chair is absolutely right that there isn't any specific wording proposed, although it's very clear, I think, from what the Runanga have said that they that their intent here is to ensure that the Runanga is informed if any unknown archaeological site is discovered and prior to being removed. So we certainly look forward to receiving your proposed wording for the possible inclusion in Appendix 6. But my question really is around ultimately if it is deemed inappropriate for that additional wording to be included in Appendix 6 for the simple reason that this is a separate process to the PDP. It sits outside that. It's subject to Heritage New Zealand's legislation. Do you envisage any problem with Ngāti Tō being notified by Heritage New Zealand directly, for instance, should any accidental discoveries of sites of cultural significance be found during the course of activities under the PDP? I mean, would that happen as a matter of course anyway?
Yes.
It would.
Well, if a discovery is found and Heritage New Zealand is notified of a place which is of Māori origin, then I think as a matter of course the iwi would be informed.
Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful. Now, I think all my other questions have been covered. I had a few around grazing. I'm pretty sure those have been covered. Just a really quick one though. And I've heard your interchange with the chair. Has there been much evidence around the country of damage to parasites in particular from grazing?
I believe it has been identified as an issue, and it's not actually within my area of expertise in terms of caring for archaeological sites and monitoring that. But it has been documented. An archaeologist called Kevin Jones has written a book which was published by Department of Conservation in association with Heritage New Zealand. And it talks about caring for archaeological sites in general, and it includes quite specific advice about grazing on sites and what is appropriate, what can cause damage. And there are examples within that publication of places that had been damaged by stock.
If I may interpose, as a senior lawyer in the organisation, I get involved with these matters all throughout New Zealand. Certainly in the North Island, it's one of the greatest reasons for damage to archaeological sites, in the sense that people don't realise the amount of damage stock can make, particularly of, say, terraces in a parasite. They can be completely broken down. I mean, over time, and of course, in some extent, they're somewhat obscured by the grass cover, but we do struggle with it in this area particularly. It's hard to, and our only sanction is prosecute a farmer because he's running stock on a parasite. But the more controls we can get put in through district plans, the better the outcomes will be.
Yes. And are these controls through district plans becoming more prevalent now?
They're being fought vigorously in certain areas. But for example, the Wairarapa, we've had a considerable dialogue on that point, as you can imagine, and throughout New Zealand. Yes, but you know, we have arguments: what's light stock, or can it be goats? Can it be sheep, or heavy stock, and things like that. So, for some of the plans, it's been carefully negotiated.
Thanks very much. No further questions from me.
Sorry, I've got from Mr. Raymond a couple more questions. Just this is the linkage between Ms. Dangerfield's evidence and your evidence, Mr. Raymond. Ms. Dangerfield talking about subdivision and the effects of subdivision in relation to heritage matters. Then, is that reflected in any way in your evidence through the in any submissions that your organisation has to the plan?
In terms of, there were submissions, as one of the commissioners mentioned, in policy 15, and in large, I think direction of that policy was supported in the submission, with the addition of words about integrity. And my evidence, I think, in terms of what integrity means, would rely on what Ms. Dangerfield has, how she's described that word in relation to heritage values.
Okay. And,
does that answer your question?
Yep. No, that's fine. the other one, sorry, I'm just being pedantic here, and I think I know the answer. So, because you're employed by the organisation, so do you have authorisation to give evidence on their behalf?
Yeah, I think hopefully I put that in the introduction of my evidence statement.
Good. I might have just missed it. That was all.
Okay.
We're a little pressed for time, so let's roll on with Ms. Dangerfield. Seems a large silence. Ms. Dangerfield, are you out there?
Kia ora, kia ora. Ko Alison Dangerfield, taku ingoa. I'm available to answer any questions on the evidence that I have put forward.
Commissioner Sinclair.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Dangerfield. Can I just paragraph 21 on page 5, and this I was trying to understand the connection between the subdivision of heritage sites, and wondered if you could expand a bit on what is it about subdivision in particular that has the potential effect on heritage sites, or when it was with most people, I would have thought thinking that it's the land use that might act that activity rather than the subdivision itself. So, what is it about subdivision that creates that issue from a heritage perspective?
The space around a heritage place, just giving it enough room around it to retain its heritage values, there is sometimes a little bit of tension between that and the wish to develop as much of a site as possible. And just looking at the whole effects, all of the effects onto a heritage site, a heritage place, a building, a feature, that is the collection of all the heritage values, assists in knowing exactly whether the subdivision line that's proposed is going to have any adverse effects on the heritage place. And I think I listed three potential diminished heritage effects in clause 20 on page 5, where this might occur. And a lot of my advice in looking at subdivisions is to critically examine, is the heritage place going to be okay? Can we, if it is going to have any adverse effects, is there any way that the subdivision line can be moved one way or the other, always aiming at if the land is available for subdivision and it doesn't affect the heritage values to actually subdivide it off, then that is going to assist the owner, and ultimately it assists the owner to maintain the heritage place through repairs and maintenance.
Thank you. My next question was just in relation to the interiors and of buildings for historic heritage, and just under your organisation's Act, how do whatever category that a heritage building, for instance, might have, is that just the outside of it, or does that apply to the inside of it as well?
When Heritage New Zealand looks at places for listing, it looks at the whole place. We look at all of the outside, we look at the front, we look at the back, We look at the red carpet rooms or the living rooms, and we look at the service rooms, because all parts of it have part of the story. And we like to see the full story of a place. So the interiors, it's very relevant for recognising the values of a place, to know what happened in the interiors and what it looked like and how much original fabric is still there. The integrity of some interiors, it can be very high, and sometimes the interior is very important for the values. For instance, churches have this a lovely appearance from outside, but all the business of a church is centered on the inside, and it might be completely decorative on the inside. So it is important to know what the values are for the interior as well as the exterior.
Thank you. Then just to the paragraph 40 and the map of Te Pini Avenue that you've included with that selection there. Again, just are those mostly Kaingaroa owned houses, or are there individual ones owned in there as well?
In this area, it's not quite 50-50. There are just less than 50% Kaingaroa houses. One of those is a bare section, and there's just over 50% that are privately owned. And that is around about the approximate proportion in this part of Tatahi Bay. And when I was looking, I should say at the outset, this is a proposal for what seems like a good street or a good section of a street, and I indicated some reasons why that would be so. But I looked at others as well. For instance, I looked at Orero Place, and that had a solid collection of houses, but they were on a closed section of a street. It was a cul-de-sac and a sloping one where the houses were less visible. So although they were there, it was slightly less, they were less able to be seen. As we discussed this in our caucusing, we did talk about the process, about how to look at the houses. There was 500 originally. A good number of those have been demolished already or gone from their sites, and a number of new houses have been built. There's a number of bare sections as well. So in the Tatahi Bay area where these houses are, it may be possible to find a better street or a better section of a street that would show the values. This particular selection had advantages in that it was slightly elevated. It was the houses were visible. They were all doing a similar presentation to the street, which increases its visual effects and its values from that. We know we've seen that in other rows of heritage buildings in other places, such as the Dannevirke Allardyce Street houses. And in this case, there were several groups, and then maybe there was a space of a bare section or an alternative house that had been put on later. So although this section seemed a good one to suggest, it may be in the process of analysing that has been put in our caucusing statement to visually assess the area and the individual buildings. It might be that an alternative group of houses is proposed.
Thank you. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Dangerfield. I think that you've addressed the question I asked Mr. Raymond, which was that was there if you were assessing a new item, was there looking at the interior or assessing any interior values or the setting, would that be, a large additional quantum of work? But am I correct to understand from what you were saying that current best practice would be that assessing any new item, interiors, setting, the wider context would be taken into account?
Yes, in order to know the values of a place, you would necessarily look at what happened inside, even if it wasn't later to go on the schedule, but you would have an understanding of what went on inside, and you would have an understanding of how it sat in the landscape or the townscape. It may not go forward into a scheduling statement, but certainly for Heritage New Zealand's listings, and in working out what the values of a place are, you would go into the inside and you would look at the building within its landscape. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Murray.
Kia ora, Ms Dangerfield.
Hello.
Thank you very much for your evidence. My questions have been covered, and your evidence is very clear, so thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you.
Ms Dangerfield, just one from me, and that relates to the issue of integrity. The question I asked Ms Racklin was whether integrity of a historic heritage item is something different from the values of the item, or is this or is it a subset? Is it something that is integrity a different way of describing the values of what you need to do to protect the values of a heritage site?
The integrity is how much of it is left, how much of the tangible and intangible values are left. Authenticity is a word that's often used, and authenticity generally relates to physical things that you can either touch or see. Authenticity catches all of the values and really looks at them all together to work out is how much of it is as it originally was. And integrity is valued as a descriptor of heritage, so that we really know what to expect. If we say the interior has integrity, we would expect to see spaces and materials that relate to its original form. If we said the building had integrity, we'd expect to see the building looking similar, maybe not entirely the same, but similar to its first few photographs. I like to think of it as a holistic approach, a sort of collection of all its values, and then a full look at how much does it relate to how it originally was.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all from me. So I think that is all of our questions for the Heritage New Zealand team. Thank you all for your contribution. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Just you would like the wording to add to the proposed Appendix 16. Would you like me to email that to Ash?
Please.
So you could look at that later today?
Please do.
Okay, we'll get that done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Ms Dale online? Well, in that case. Ms Dale, you out there?
Yes, hello, kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. We hear you loud and clear. Would you like to, what would you like to tell us?
Okay, let me just check my time so I don't go running over. Firstly, thank you all very much for hearing me. I assume you probably read all the things I sent in, submissions on the proposed district plan. I just really wanted to come and talk to you because I feel like I'm one of the very few individual submitters on the plan, actually, and that's probably due to the fact this is quite a complicated process for an ordinary person. And that I felt quite strongly because the potential effect on this, on me, well, on my household really, is quite great. You're suddenly applying a whole new classification to a reasonable number of properties in the Porirua area and then applying a whole lot of new rules to them, rules, policies and objectives. And that really has the potential to significantly impact myself and people in those properties, both socially because it affects the place we live and economically because it affects our houses, which are usually the biggest asset in our life. So you can understand that when these new classifications about coastal environment and hazard overlays came out, obviously a lot of us were concerned. And I do understand there was a lot of consultation. And the consultation led to a report from the coastal scientists, I think they're called. But what seems to have happened is that report has really been used, that report which was quite nuanced and actually talked an awful lot about its purpose being to look at mitigation and look at identifying where there were risks so they could be mitigated, has basically been changed and used as a really blunt instrument to limit what we can do with our properties. That's what it looks like from my perspective. And I'm not entirely sure my concerns have been ameliorated by some of the changes that have been made to the district plan. So my submissions are basically around trying to mitigate that effect. I do understand why the council has done that and why it was necessary. But as I said, I do think it's been used as a bit of a blunt instrument and that really the comments of the plan, of the report that the coastal environment hazard overlays and other parts of the plan were based on have not actually been considered fully. It's just simply been used to go, bang, these are dangerous, goodbye, which is not entirely what the report said. So that's just a general thing about why I'm here and what I want to talk about. And the only other thing is I think there'll be a few cases when you think, goodness me, she's very pedantic about words. But actually this plan is what the council will be using to, talk to us as ratepayers about anything we want to do about our property. So it is kind of difficult sometimes when I read things like avoid and think, oh, well, that means not truly allowed. And then the comments say, well, actually, what we really mean is that the risk should be very, very low. So sometimes I have been a bit picky about words, but in this kind of context, I think words matter. And they matter not just when you're dealing with the council, but also if as an ordinary person you read this document, which is supposed to give you an indication about what you are and aren't allowed to do on your property. The words matter because either you go, oh, that'll mean a resource consent. That's far too complicated for me. I won't do it. Or, as I'm sure any of you who have discussions with people who are not involved in planning processes, they go, oh, I don't understand this. I'm just going to do it anyway. And if the council doesn't like it, they'll tell me, which is not really what you want people to be doing. So to go on to some more specific things, obviously my main concern is around the overlays. Firstly, I was concerned about the wording, and I'm really pleased that some of the wording has been changed because things that say about your property, current inundation or current erosion, kind of are going to raise red flags with anybody. And anything that ends up in this plan can end up on the LIM report. And that then affects not only what you can do with your property, but what other people think about your property. So I was really pleased to see that the things about current coastal inundation have been changed to indicate that they actually mean potential inundation in a 1 in 100 year event, because that is somewhat different than the phrase current inundation, which kind of gives people the impression the sea's washing in and out of my house on a daily basis. So I'm really pleased about that, but I am still very concerned about the fact that the short version on the overlay says current erosion. Now, to me, that indicates that the property is currently eroding. In the report, in fact, from the coastal scientist about my property personally, she said it's currently accreting, i.e. there's currently more land building up in front of my house. Now, the reason there is still an overlay on the house is because that may be temporary, according to the coastal scientists, that, the coastline does change, particularly in the inlet where I am. So that's fine, but really I still think that a label on it saying current erosion just isn't right. What it actually is in the more detailed labels that have been put in another part of the plan is potential erosion under current circumstances. Now, given the whole global warming thing, I can't argue with that. But what I can argue with is that the shortened label, which is what most people will read, still says current erosion. And I think they either need to say potential erosion or currently potential erosion, or it's difficult for me to think of as well. But basically, the fact is it's only a potential hazard, not an actually occurring thing, which is what is implied by the words current. In fact, the last couple of days have shown me what also showed up in 2016 in the latest large flood event is that most of the water problems in Porirua at the moment are not coming from the coast. They're coming down the streams and rivers. But that's, that is somewhat by the by, but does make me see, a little difficult when I see things like current inundation and current erosion. The second part about those overlays that I really wanted to talk to, and it is jumping into a bit more detail, is that there doesn't seem to be any process that if the facts or assumptions underneath the model turn out to have been wrong, where we can say, actually, no, it's not hazardous. There's also no mention anywhere of the fact that actually there are current mitigating processes or structures in place, for example, along the waterfront in Plimmerton, and also along the waterfront where I live, with seawalls, etc., that actually mean that it's not going to flood in a 1 in 100% year event, 1 in 100 year event. What is it called? AEP, 1 event, 1%. That needs to be put somewhere into this document. This is documented as a statement by the council about things that currently exist. If you don't say that there are currently potentially mitigating effects in place, then once again you run the risk that people looking from outside are going to take this as the council's view that these things are currently flooding. And that's just not correct. Now, I've suggested a review process, and I noticed that the relevant council officer has said that there is the Schedule 1 process, which is, I understand what we're currently going through. But that's not, I would say that this process at the moment is looking structurally at what the plan does. It's not a place for me to come with my individual report to say my individual property, they've actually got the facts wrong. That's something that should be at a council officer level, not at a planning level. And right, yes, once again, there is also the suggestion that the Resource Management Act will come. But then you have to go through our RMA process, a resource consent process, to say, actually, I don't need a resource consent because the categorisation in this plan is wrong. So that doesn't seem to me to be the best process. I do think there should be a process for the plan to be reviewed. And that is actually what was suggested in the Focus Resource Management Report, which this plan is supposedly based on. Sorry. So, for example, it says the Focus Management Report mentions that the modelling did not take into account existing mitigation measures, and I think it's crucial that there's an opportunity for hazard assessment to be. I think it's crucial for hazard management for this plan to be able to be reviewed. I have too many pieces of paper and I cannot find it, but I can assure you. Okay, so this is from the Focus Management Resource Report. Given the uncertainties and ongoing improvement of knowledge over time, it is recommended that district plan provisions provide for revision of the hazard areas if justified by appropriate investigations conducted by appropriately experienced and qualified coastal lead scientist or engineer. So the report that this plan is supposedly based on says it should be able to be revised.
Ms. Dale, can I just interrupt you? While you've got that particular piece of paper in your hand, can you tell me give me a page reference or a paragraph reference?
I'm sorry, I've only got my own submission here and I didn't put in a page reference, I don't think.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, section 3.5. although that actually talks about the... Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. 3.5 is certainly at least one place where it's mentioned. I can provide that in the future as well. But this is what I mean by cherry-picking it to become a blunt instrument. I have also quoted in my submission, for example, section 3.1, there are considerable uncertainties in the definition of hazard risk areas, particularly regarding both coastal erosion and the potential impact of future sea level rise. Given the uncertainties, we have adopted a reasonable precautionary approach to the definition of hazard areas. Oh, it's also in 3.1. Sorry, it's also in section 3.1 as well as 3.5. Okay, right, I'm conscious of time. What I would like to do now is to just look at very briefly in some of that's the overall thing. And obviously that ability to revise and to look at those things does make my concerns less. If I can, for example, say why my property no longer applies, for example, I've discovered there's rock underneath the sand that my property is built on, that will make a huge difference to me personally. Okay, so overall, talking about the overall objectives of the plans, I'm very pleased that my submission on CE04 has been in some way agreed with, and that it now agrees that the plan should consider mitigation, and that mitigation should be something that the plan does. My only concern is that they have said there is reduced risk to life and property from flood hazards. Now, I'm not sure whether flood hazards includes coastal inundation and erosion or not for planned mitigation work. So I would like that to be changed to my proposed wording, which was there is a reduced risk to life and property from coastal inundation and erosion hazards through planned mitigation works. And I had also included the words adaptive strategies in there. The council officer has asked, perhaps I should say what I mean by that. I don't know what I mean by that. All I know is that it was in the report that I referred to early, the Coastal Management and Hazards report, that we should look at adaptive measures. Now, I'm presuming that might be things like planting or raising buildings or whatever. So, yeah, I don't think it's essential to come in, but I just wanted to say that's why I put that in there, because in the Focus Resource Management report in Section 5, it says there are also a number of developed sites with complex existing and or potential future coastal hazard issues where we believe site-specific adaptive management plans will ultimately be required. So it seems to me if the report we're basing this on says that that's what we need, then this plan should allow for it. So that's the overall objective, CE04, to ensure that it does mean mitigation, does allow for mitigation relating to risks from coastal inundation and erosion. The only other overall objective I wanted to look at is CE02. I notice it's been changed to say things should be avoided rather than not significantly increased. Once again, I find avoided is a very high bar to reach, and it is different to not significantly increased, which was the original intention. I'd like to move along specifically now to, I've already talked about why I think CEP9 should be amended to allow for those coastal hazard overlays for specific properties to be amended under appropriate circumstances. Now, CEP 12, 13 and 14 all relate to what can be done in these various hazard areas. Now, obviously, if you can change which hazard area your property is in, if under appropriate circumstances, these become less onerous. But nevertheless, once again, they all talk about avoiding rather than avoided or minimised. Now, one of these things is avoiding any risk in a 1 in 1,000 year tsunami, any risk to life. Now, if you avoid risk to life, you have to allow for the fact that some person may hide themselves for whatever reason in a tsunami area, not take any notice of warnings, be drunk or whatever, not be found. And so then there would be a risk to their life. Absolutely avoiding any risk is really, really difficult. And even the council officers themselves, in their Section 42 report, I have to find it, sorry. But basically they've said what they really mean is the risk should be very, very low. Now, to me, unless avoided has a specific meaning that's not the same as the natural English meaning, then why don't they say, instead of say avoided, say the risk should be minimised or the risk should be very, very low. You're just making life more complicated for both ordinary people and for the council planning officers, because they're not going to come back to the Section 42 report and say, oh, they actually meant very, very low, even though they said avoided. So that's where I think CEP 12, 13 and 14 should be considered. The word avoided should be used to say to something that means minimised or very, very low. 13. 14. CEP 17. I really had a lot of difficulty with reading this because there are 5 points, and it's not really clear to me whether they all have to be met or there's an or. For example, the engineering measures, only hard engineering messages for the reduction of risk from natural hazards when they're needed to protect existing regionally significant infrastructure. Okay, that's clear to me. The second point says there is an immediate serious risk to life or private property from the natural hazard. Now, is that as well as protecting existing regionally significant infrastructure, or is that an or? And those are 2 instances in which hard engineering measures are allowed for the risk of a reduction of risk from natural hazards. It's not clear to me. I think the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th points are things that should be done as well as either one or both of those. The other thing I have is the immediate risk to life or private property. Okay, immediate risk to life is quite clear, but I would have thought that generally speaking, you remove the life from the area of hazard rather than changing the hazard. Now, the risk to private property, what actually constitutes an immediate risk to something as long-term as private property? I've talked about the fact that this plan currently says there's current erosion at my property. Does this mean there's an immediate risk? I'm not sure. So other than that uncertainty about the exact meaning of those first 2 provisions, whether it's an and or an or, the second thing I would say is that this insistence on immediate risk, it just leads to ambulance at the bottom of the cliff thinking. It leads to what we've had along the coast forever, which is people going, oh my God, there's a storm, my property's going to be washed away, let's dump a truckload of rocks. Because the kind of considerations that they're looked at in the second part of this, where it says, avoids modification or alteration of natural features, it can be demonstrated that soft engineering methods would not provide an appropriate level of protection. That's not the kind of study you can come up with when you're under immediate risk. I had to suggest that there was a serious risk to life or private property from the natural hazard. I don't know what the answer to that is, to be honest, when you have an immediate risk, when the erosion suddenly becomes so quick. But I do think, I understand that needs to be allowed for, but I also understand that it's quite difficult to then demonstrate all the care that you need. And that if you give people some opportunity for hard engineering measures when there is no other possible alternative on a more planned approach, then you're going to get a better overall outcome. There still is that final thing. It can be demonstrated that soft engineering measures would not provide an appropriate level of protection. So it's not like if you change this to serious risk, we're suddenly going to have people dumping rocks, because then it doesn't meet the criteria. So that's where I think it should be serious risk, and I do think it needs to be some clarification as to whether those first 2 points apply, i.e. if it's going to, you need to protect regionally significant infrastructure, I don't think you need to wait until there's an immediate risk to private property. But I do think you should be allowed to consider hard engineering works if there's a serious risk to private property or to life, obviously. And you can demonstrate all those other criteria. I think the only other point I wanted to cover really, okay, I'm just trying to check here. I think most of my other points have been dealt with. Sorry, I had a very long submission. The only other thing I would say is CER 6, additions to existing building in all hazard areas of the coastal hazard overlays is going to affect quite a lot of buildings. To only be allowed to increase the size of your house by 20 square metres is not very much. Increasing the size of an existing legitimately built property, which I own 3 of, all of them dating from 1944, is not necessarily going to increase the risk. For example, 20 square metres doesn't really allow me for 2 decent sized rooms. For example, if we wanted to put study/spare bedrooms for increased working from home possibilities, it doesn't really even allow for 1 larger living room. For example, a lot of the properties along this coastal strip are small cottages. The only thing I could find about minimum room size is the Auckland City Council minimum living area for a 2-bedroom apartment is 24 square metres, which is still greater than these 20 square metres that are currently allowed to be increased. I've suggested 35 square metres. I guess even 25 would help because you would get 2 12-metre rooms out of that. 4x3 is a reasonable size study/spare bedroom. Right, I think I've probably gone well over my time, so thank you for your patience with me. Yeah, are there any questions?
Well, we'll see. Sinclair.
There's much more detail in your submission and the interrelation between the objectives, policies and the rules. I think I don't have any questions, thank you. I think that you've explained it well enough in terms of your concerns and how you've set them out on the submission, so no, thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
No questions, but thank you for a very powerful presentation. There's nothing like being told directly what the issues are in your own language to build a bigger picture. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Ms Dale. And likewise from me, no questions. I think you've done an excellent job in synthesising and simplifying what is a very, very complex document in a way that addresses the particular concerns that you have for your property and your circumstances. So I really do appreciate that and the effort that you've put into developing your submission so that we can understand it very clearly. So thank you very much.
And likewise, Ms Dale, I had no questions either. Like, I've been assiduously writing down what you've been telling us, and like it's very helpful that you've taken that time. You've said pedantic, but words matter, and that's certainly the message that we as plan decision makers have got loud and clear from the courts, who tell us repeatedly that words really do matter, and not to use words that you don't mean. And avoid is the classic example. Don't say avoid if you don't mean avoid, because in terms of your point, the Supreme Court has told us that avoid means exactly what you might think it means. So that, as I say, thank you very much for your contribution, for taking the time to take us through it. Understand it is an imposing process, but we get a lot of benefit from people who take the time that you've taken and bend your mind to what are the real issues and how are they affecting you. So as I say, we really appreciate your input.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I would just like to say, I don't believe this is just me. I believe I'm the only person in my neighbourhood who has had the time and energy to go down this process. And the only reason I didn't bring in more people was because, like everybody, you only realise 2 or 3 days before the deadline, and then it was just too late. I can't submit on behalf of other people unless I put it past them all, and I just didn't have time to do that. But certainly I know my neighbours have expressed concern, those of them who've actually registered this plan, about the effect on what is a relatively small number of people in terms of the direct coastal people, but is actually quite large if you look at where the overlays lie. So,
well, it's a point I wrote in one of the in the main procedural memorandum that I released, that this is not a numbers game. We're not concerned that you don't have 15 people behind you. We're concerned with what you say and how well reasoned it is. The fact that there are not a horde of people behind you is not going to influence whether we do or do not put weight on what you say. We are very interested in the strength of your reasoning, and you put your arguments well, and we appreciate that.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll sign off. We'll adjourn now. We'll resume the Stream 3 hearing. Is the Kaingora team out there?
Yeah, it's directly underneath. So let me just control.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whittington, Ms. Williams. Is your
Good afternoon, can you hear us?
We can hear you. Is your other witness on a different line, or is he coming?
Yes, he's on a different line, so I would have expected him to pop up at the same time, but it's possible he's not in yet. I'll send him an email just to confirm. He was the one who may not have been able to arrive just on one. So
first of all, thank you for accommodating us, starting a little early. As I say, we're very happy, Mr. to accommodate Mr. Liggett arriving on the original appointed time.
well, look, yeah, I expected him to be here at 1, so while he was having to rearrange a couple of things, he did say he could make it, and my proposed, subject to what you've got to say, of course, my sort of run sheet was intended to start by pivoting to him to introduce the corporate evidence that he has given, but I'm entirely in your hands otherwise.
Well, if he's not here yet, would you like to start present your own legal submissions?
Yep, I can do that. But I also understood that you might have a number of questions for us, and if you want to jump in at any time to do that, then I'm perfectly happy to do that, or otherwise to proceed as you like.
You're right, I do have some questions for you, Mr. Whittington. If you were listening to the discussion I had with Mr. McDonnell, you probably guess what they're going to be. See, Mr. Liggett has arrived. Do you want to revert to Plan A?
That would be good if possible. I have been relayed some of the questions that you asked rather than having an opportunity to watch it for myself, but so I'm aware of the questions, and I tried to include a bit of an answer to some of them in the legal submissions that were filed. But as you say, Mr. Liggett has arrived, so I wonder if we revert to Plan A, which was that I would just provide a bit of a roadmap and then pivot to Mr. Liggett to introduce the corporate evidence that he has filed. It will then come back to me to address the legal questions that have been raised and which are covered in my memorandum, and then finally to Ms. Williams to address, I suppose, the specific provisions and the potential changes that could be made to the definitions to achieve the outcome that Kaingora supports. So with that, I'll hand over to Mr. Liggett.
Liggett, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Well, you're coming in loud and clear, so would you like to proceed?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I guess in terms of first appearance before you, we've briefly just discussed at the start of the evidence why Kaingora is involved in the process, and fundamentally to that, we're here as the government delivery agency for urban development activity, both insofar as the public housing portfolio that exists in Porirua is owned by us, and we have a partial management share arrangement with Ngāti Toa in terms of properties on the western side of Porirua, but as for eastern side, that still stays in our ownership and management. And fundamentally, we need to look to reconfigure that portfolio and have a framework that sits across all of Porirua to allow property in the west, as we work through that management relationship in the future, to allow that portfolio to change and evolve to meet the changing needs of the public housing requirements in Porirua City. But broadly as well, the urban development piece is around creating a framework that allows all parties in the urban development space to have an efficient and effective planning provision to work towards, so that we can cost effectively and with a manner of consistency deliver urban development outcomes across the city. So that's a very brief snapshot of the front end of the evidence as to why Kāinga Ora sits in front of you on many occasions across the Porirua District Plan. And insofar as urban development, the focus that we do have is on the commercial and residential elements of the plan in terms of the delivery of those outcomes quite specifically. I think I alluded to in the evidence that in future topics around those things, we will elaborate in quite a bit more detail about what our role is, how we facilitate those actions and those activities, both nationwide, but also within the context of Porirua. So just turning to, and I'm looking principally at section 5 onwards in terms of the evidence that has been filed by Kāinga Ora. In terms of the issues around how hazards are managed in the plan, one of the issues that we've come up against, and something, to be honest, we come up against across many jurisdictions. This is not a question or a topic that we raise solely within the Porirua context. This is a issue that we address nationally as we work with councils around the country in respect of the plan provisions that they are advancing through proposed plan changes. But in respect of some hazards, the framework that we look to see councils look to implement in plan making is actually the risk management approach to hazard management. And largely some of the rules and provisions that we see from the plan as it is drafted, albeit that Karen has done a detailed dive into that for us, is generally the provisions are about managing risk, but then there are some elements of it, and in particular how the flood hazards are shown in the plan or incorporated into the plan via its mapping. We don't see that it's actually responding to a management approach that is dynamic enough to actually address the hazard issue that's in play. In terms of flooding, our experience is that flood management is dynamic. It can change as a result of urban development activity or changes in various assumptions, rainfall data rate, climate change, remodelling, and just simply level of available information at the time. So our experience has been that while the mapping comes with a particular degree of scrutiny, that mapping can change over time, and having a framework that provides for where there is an actual risk to be managed, there's a consenting pathway for that to be addressed. But equally, where environments have changed and that hazard no longer exists on a particular site, that there is an efficient and easy pathway for both council and community to resolve that and not require people to unnecessarily go through a consent, or in the reverse, where new information comes to light and additional hazards are identified, that those can quickly be identified and recorded, and then the appropriate rules and provisions of the plan kick in and management can be undertaken appropriately, as opposed to completely missed through the regulatory process because we haven't updated the plan via Schedule 1 to actually identify that particular site being subject to it. So broadly, in terms of what we've said there, we are in support of council undertaking a risk management based approach to hazards. We do have examples where the hazard management, in particular in respect of flooding, does change and evolve over time. Part of my evidence discusses a project that we're currently working on live in East Place and Cannons Creek, where we've undertaken consent documentation with council that will undertake earthworks on that site and its immediate surrounding environment that will actually change the degree to which the flooding will enter the site, and in many cases it won't enter the site. So we don't actually have that flood hazard present on the site once the earthworks are undertaken. But we would then, if we adopt the position that council has put forward, we would have ongoing consent requirements simply because there's a hazard shown on a planning map that would need to be addressed by way of a consent because the site is affected by hazard. So it's putting together a package that allows the direct effect of the hazard to be managed, but done in a way that responds to the dynamic nature of the particular hazard in place, and in this case, flooding. So sorry, a very short, sharp summary of what I've put forward, but probably turn to questions if that's of assistance.
Yes, that would be helpful, Mr. Liggett. The first question I have, and I'll ask you before I forget it, is about something entirely different to what's in your evidence.
Okay.
This morning, we heard from Heritage New Zealand, who have requested that 41 or 42 Austrian homes in Tatahi Bay be on the historic risk schedule, and they told us that just under half of them are yours. So we wondered, or I wondered, what Kaingaroa's view is of that proposition.
Oh, to put me bluntly on the spot.
It's always a good idea to start with a curveball.
Yeah, I guess what you're getting into is heritage management of the portfolio, and that, to be fair, is a live discussion both internally within Kaingaroa, but equally across the government table with Heritage New Zealand. There are different perspectives on how heritage is managed within the portfolio, and that is something that is an ongoing piece of work. There is one school of thought that each community has unique pieces of history that should be represented and retained, community by community. There is other school of thought that it's about making sure that at a national scale, there is a record of those particular types of houses. I can point to the exact same discussion that has occurred in Tamaki and Glen Innes in Auckland, where we have the exact same properties that you're describing. They sit within an area that's undergoing significant redevelopment, similar to what is proposed for Eastern Porirua. There's about 2,500 houses there. Probably in the order of at least 50% of those would be of those Austrian pre-cut typology. And we've had the same discussion. And in real terms, it's not about protecting every single one of those. It's about protecting the essence of what they were and why they were used. And there is ongoing discussions to work out how you actually complete that to a level that is acceptable to Heritage New Zealand, but also acceptable to the urban development outcomes that we are trying to achieve. It's probably as far as I could say a response without actually looking at the very specific nature of those properties that they're talking about.
I understand. As I say, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us. The good news is that Heritage New Zealand agree that consultation with the landowner would be a prerequisite. So,
yes.
So you may be hearing from them. About the flood hazard, is the point that the existing flood hazard maps are not correct as they stand, or that they're going to change? Or like the hazard that they purport to map is going to change?
In terms of the first element of your question about the degree of integrity by which those maps are produced and the assessment that sits behind them, I'm a planner by background, not an engineer, so I wouldn't purport to say that they are incorrect, and you would need to take engineering advice on that. What I would say is our past experience working across the country is the level of mapping that's undertaken at a citywide scale is based on data at a citywide scale. So it's based on the best information that can be scaled to that level of assessment, as opposed to the very intimate assessment that occurs on an immediate site as part of a development proposal. There are many cases, and on a personal note, I could point to my own property where I know for a fact, when I'm in Auckland Council has a particular a map and a particular flood hazard shown on my personal property. I've had the engineers come and have a look at it, and it's completely in the wrong place. But based on the information that they had, the contour data that they had at a citywide scale, it would make sense for them to reach that conclusion. So I'm not sitting here saying I'm an engineer and that I would challenge the integrity of the process they followed, but it is based on a level of assumption and on a level of information that in some instances is not accurate enough for dealing with the actual trigger for consent or not. Does that answer the question you were
yes, thank
asking?
you. And the last point I had for you was you're talking about the stormwater diversion. I understand that that's just an example at your paragraph 5.3, but what's the timescale within which that diversion is going to be completed?
And it was something I was just trying to check in our filing system coming onto the hearing. My understanding of that particular project, the site is cleared. If I'm reviewing our records, there are contracts in place, so I would say in the short term, and for us that would be over the next 2 to 3 years. So definitely within inside the life of the plan.
Commissioner Sinclair, anything for you?
A general question in that if the plan and the hazard maps showed one thing and someone got a resource consent for it, then that flooding matter would be out of date. And I understand that's your point. Is that a fair summation?
Yeah, if circumstances changed on the ground, the record in the planning map would be out of date, yes, and would have to go through the Schedule 1 process to be updated.
But wouldn't that be the same for anything else that's mapped and you've got a resource consent for, where the map shows it different? I don't know. Notable trees, an effect on a heritage building. You've somebody subdivided an area. The plans won't have been updated to show the subdivision, where the new roads are going. None of that will be there. The planning maps are still there. What's the difference about flooding that makes it so different that it's not treated just like everything else within the plan?
Well, I think the issue, there's two issues to the flooding. One is the degree to which the information is undertaken at a scale where you couldn't go to the modelling that has produced that plan and accurately identify what you need to do on the site. You have to do further work to fully quantify the actual hazard. And that's what the rules are asking you to do in any event. Whereas something like a tree, the tree is visibly evident when it's sitting on a planning map. Its buildings are visibly evident when they're sitting on a planning map. They are fixed simply by sight. You know what you're dealing with the minute you pull up the planning map and the minute you visit the site. With respect to flood hazard, you need to do further work to actually fully understand the hazard and its impact. And if you have done that work and undertaken appropriate modification to remove that hazard from your site through a consent process, bearing in mind there would need to be some consent process, then having the flooding mapping sitting outside of the plan in a non-statutory layer as the ability to identify if a site should be subject to the rules and subject to further investigation. You could then simply work with council to provide the information of what the new flooding record is, and that simply can be updated, which means you don't have that ongoing impediment on the site. And if you were to do a staged consent process where you did some bulk works first, earthworks and subdivision, that means you've dealt with the hazard, it's been dealt with at that stage. When you come in for your subsequent land use activity from that point onwards, you wouldn't have a trigger that you would need to address consent hurdles.
On the examples I gave, which were about fixed items such as trees in a location, or a tree in a location, or an amendment to a building or something like that. Is with flooding, you don't actually, the flood that occur will be in part depending on how much actual rainfall there is, which is rather difficult to predict. But then doesn't that same thing apply to things such as mean high water springs, how that's dynamic and that's changed? Isn't it more that it's because it's a I call it ecological resource management, physical resources rather than in terms of naturally occurring effects, floods, sea level rise, that kind of thing? Is there anything unique about that or different that means that it should be addressed differently within the plan as compared to those static, fixed type built options or where trees are that are pinpointed?
That's part of the very reason why we're saying it's a dynamic issue. It can change quite dramatically over time, and because of that, we should be having a response that is equally dynamic to make sure that, one, we're not penalising without cause. Sites that aren't actually subject to hazard shouldn't be subject to a regulatory requirement, but equally on the other side, sites that aren't particularly identified through the planning maps, but are then subsequently identified as being subject to the hazard, we still should be managing the hazard regardless.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
I have no questions.
Commissioner Porirua?
And no questions from Leona. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Liggett.
Thank you.
Mr. Whittington, is it your plan to go next?
Yes, it is, thank you. And just to start on mean high water springs, I don't know where you've landed in hearing stream. Well, that's problematic. Just spotlighted my video and I've come up very big on the screen here. Mean high water springs, I don't know where you've landed in hearing stream 2, and I can understand Kāinga Ora's not particularly interested in mean high water springs because it's not tending to develop, directly on land abutting the coast. But I would have thought that the same argument that we're making here applies equally to mean high water springs. Why would you map mean high water springs when it is subject to change as sea level rise continues? It will change, and even things like slips of dunes and things like that can affect it as well. So that's a position that I would have expected can be taken on mean high water springs, just to answer that question. And I think the answer when you're looking at things like trees is you map trees, but they're either there or they're not. Whereas, as you say, we don't know how much rain there's going to be, and as at any given day, today happens to be a particularly good one, you don't know where the hazard is or is going to be. So I see trees as different for that reason. Look, all I was going to do was take you through some points that are referred to in the legal submission. And I don't know whether you have a copy, but you will have seen in the legal submission in footnote 1, I've cited a Section 42A report relating to the Tauranga Plan Change 27, which is also going through a Schedule 1 process at the moment at council stage. And I've cited a memorandum from Simpson Grierson effectively on the same issue that's raised here about the lawfulness of hazard maps being found outside the plan. So I don't know if you've got a copy or if you've had a chance to read it, but I was going to take you through some paragraphs in particular of that with which I respectfully agree. So to be clear, Kāinga Ora does support the risk-based approach that the council's taking to managing these hazards. the question was asked of Mr. Liggett, is it about the fact that the hazard is dynamic and will change in the future, or is it that the underlying work isn't good enough? It's really the latter, but in saying that, as Mr. Liggett did, the modelling, while it meets, and we accept that it meets the guidance on how you go about modelling, it is nonetheless subject to assumptions. So while the mapping is to a very high quality and standard, it still doesn't necessarily reflect actual reality on the ground. That's I suppose, the best summation of the position. In paragraph 2.2, I refer to the concerns that were expressed on the first morning of this hearing stream in your discussion with Mr. McDonnell. And as I said earlier, some of those concerns were relayed to me, but I haven't had an opportunity to watch it. I don't share those concerns. My initial response to them before looking into it further and finding that Simpson-Gresson memorandum I'll take you to was that it's no different to something like contaminated land, where the NES provides for when consent is required, but whether or not that's required depends on a level of contamination, which you can only determine by reference to information on the ground outside the plan. Similarly, with the NPSFM, we have councils going around mapping all of the wetlands in their areas, but the rule framework applies even though the maps aren't yet or haven't all gone through the Schedule 1 process. So to me, it's no different than that. There's no issue of certainty or fairness from having planning maps, or not planning maps, having a non-statutory layer of GIS mapping of hazards that sits outside a plan and is a tool by which people can, or a method by which they can go and work out whether the rules that apply and the definitions of hazards that apply affect their particular proposal or plot of land. So I'll go then to the Simpson-Gresson memorandum, which really does two things. I mean, it's obviously specific to the Tauranga example, so it goes through their particular definitions, which are similar but in some respects different from the ones that we're dealing with here. But the point that they make about it, which is the same point I'm trying to make, is that the council holds this publicly available information showing, in their case, floodplains and overland flow paths. In our case, it's stream corridors and overland flow paths, which identifies the locations and the extent of these flood types. That information is contained within the council's publicly searchable GIS system, and that system includes flooding from a rainfall layer, which maps the 1% AEP. They've used year 2130 for climate change, and an 8.5 metre median strip scenario, which corresponds to the parameters that are in the definitions. Now, so turning to the Porirua City Council position, that's what we would say is the appropriate way to address this, the use of the maps in the way that we're proposing, and for that reason Ms Williams has proposed some changes to the definitions, which both will contain an advice note that she'll take you to refer to that information, but also ensuring that the rules or the definitions themselves are certain and clear. It's also important, I think, to the fairness question that appears to be concerning you, that the GIS hazard maps are not used in a way that directly trigger resource consent requirements. So whether or not you require a resource consent is not determined by going to the maps and seeing where you sit. It's a tool, it's an informational tool that feeds into that question, but it's not determinative either way. The question is whether you meet the definitions of the necessary hazards as they are referred to in the rule framework. And then the last thing that the Simpson-Gresson memo does is distinguish the man of war case, in which, in that case, there was a rule which provided that any land may be subject to erosion. Any land which may be subject to erosion over at least a 100-year time frame was void for uncertainty, and that was obviously the right result in that case to find that that provision was unlawful for a lack of certainty, but it doesn't apply. The same reasoning doesn't apply here because the definitions are much more specific and certain, and the position can be ascertained by the application of the usual means by which one assesses a 1% AEP or anything like that. So I commend the Simpson-Gresson memorandum to you, and if you don't have any questions for me about that, then I will turn to the next part of my submission, which is really just about confirming that it's not inconsistent with the regional policy statement.
I do have some questions, Mr. Whittington. The Simpson-Gresson team poses the standard test as to whether the rules are capable of objective ascertainment. And thinking, you talked about the usual tests for establishing a 1 in 100 AEP, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I know that there are at least 3 statistical methods of establishing a 1 in 100 probability, and they'll all produce different results. And I'm thinking, how do you know what data to put in it? Is this an hourly peak, a 3-hourly peak, a daily peak? And then how do you know the area over which, or the effect of the 1 in 100, because that requires a model that plugs in a flow volume and has sufficient spatial definition that it incorporates both the land contour and the sources of water. All of those things, to me, you need to know in order to objectively ascertain the effect of the rule. So tell me, given that level of flexibility, call it, do you can you tell me why or how this meets the test that Simpson-Gresson pose, capable of objective ascertainment?
Well, I'll make probably got 3 points to make in response to that. The first one I'll make is that, and this isn't, I suppose, a full answer to the question, but if that's right, then both Auckland and Tauranga, as well as Porirua, if you accept our argument, are going to have problems. But that doesn't answer the question. Obviously, if it's unlawful for uncertainty here, then it will be unlawful for uncertainty in those other places. The second one is, and to answer the question, if there are 3 statistical methods by which that are commonly accepted as enabling the relevant threshold to be assessed, then, and they are orthodox methods that have been accepted in case law or are accepted in the literature by which engineers assess this sort of thing, then in my submission, that is perfectly acceptable. It may well be that if you take one or other method, you get a slightly different result. But at the end of the day, it's for the council to be satisfied based on the information before it in a consenting process that the hazard has been adequately addressed. The third part of it is something that we'll come to, I suppose, but the modelling that has been done is, and I don't know the percentage of the city that it addresses, but there are several suburbs that haven't been modelled, and there are several suburbs and areas that have been modelled. For the ones that have not had the modelling completed and for which there is no mapping in the district plan or the proposed district plan, at the moment we don't know where the flood hazards are, and development, my understanding of the plan is, development may occur which in locations and without engineering solutions that may be affected by those flood hazards, and people won't know. People undertaking the development won't know. So at the moment there is an issue caused by that, and it may well be that that mapping is intended to be done and will be progressed by a variation or a plan change later. But as I understand the plan at the moment, there is no management of these low and moderate hazard risks at the moment, and I see that as an issue that is solved, or at least potentially solved, by the Kāinga Ora proposal. Regardless of how you determine 1% AEP and 100-year events.
Just picking up on the point, if there are multiple statistical methods, that's okay, because the council still has to be satisfied as to the level of hazard. Is there a problem at the margin when one method will tell you you need a consent and another method will tell you you're a permitted activity?
No, I don't think so. To take the situation where, I'll come to the margin in a second, but if you have one method showing a particular outcome and the council suggesting through a consent process that, for example, floor levels should be raised to address this particular point, and the person doing the development would rather not do that and is pointing to a different statistical method which shows that a raising of habitable floor levels is unnecessary, well, at the end of the day, the council will be satisfied or not, and the developer has the right to appeal that to the Environment Court to determine whether the court prefers the information on one method as opposed to another. I accept that that might be slightly different as to whether you're dealing with where you're dealing with the margin between a permitted activity and whether a consent's required, but I don't accept that that makes it somehow that the permitted activity standard is inappropriately vague, or that there aren't mechanisms available, such as through certificates of compliance, to determine that or enable it to be determined.
The other, I was thinking, reading your submissions, Mr. Whittington, of the argument that's raged around regional councils currently about assessing nutrient runoff, and the received wisdom seems to be that it's all about overseer, which that my understanding of the case law is, if you're going to say a particular level of nitrogen runoff as measured by overseer, you have to specify which model version it is. You have to lock it in place, because that goes to the heart of the rule. Now, that seems to have parallels to me to the situation you're describing, where you have something that depends on a model. The rule doesn't even specify which model. never mind which version. And is that a problem, and why is that different to the, as I say, the overseer issue?
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of that case law, but I suppose if we assume that that's right and that there is a difference, if we assume the premise of your question is right, then the answer is not necessarily that the kāinga ora position is unable to be adopted. It just means there may need to be some consequential changes to the proposed rules to ensure that they are certain and effective.
The other comparison that came to mind is your standard noise rule says, as assessed using NZ 680, is it right, 6804? I've forgotten. And every noise acoustic expert knows what that standard requires, and they all produce the same answer because it specifies how you measure noise. Is that what is required to make the kind of rules you're talking about? In effect, an instruction of how to apply the rule?
Well, in my submission, no. Are you saying that the sort of absence of an equivalent of, an NZS standard setting out exactly how you go through and measure the or model the noise expected from a particular activity, in the absence of that, is there a problem? It may well be that my understanding of how flood hazard modelling occurs isn't sufficiently detailed, but my understanding from how it occurs is that you can get an engineer to model it based on the three statistical methods that you referred to. They adopt whichever statistical method is appropriate for the particular site and the circumstances and the known contours and the information available, and they express an opinion. And it's only an opinion. It's based on assumptions, but it provides a sufficiently tolerable explanation of the expected hazard, and from that point you can identify means to manage the hazard, to manage the risk, which ultimately is the whole purpose of why we do this in the first place.
Okay, probably gone as far as we can. Can you tell me, obviously you've placing some reliance on the Auckland example. Mr. McDonnell's given us a copy of the decision report, which doesn't actually tell us the reasoning that prompted the IHP to come to the view that it did. Were those rules the subject of appeal?
I don't, well, they may have been the subject of appeal, but it doesn't appear that they were the subject of appeal in relation to whether the maps should be in the plan or not. The council withdrew the maps rather than take an appeal, for example, suggesting that the IHP was wrong to have considered the maps not to have been of sufficiently good quality. But I suppose my response to that is that it's not a particularly significant moment, the reasons that Auckland Council adopted the approach it did, but my understanding is, and perhaps Mr. Liggett will have more information about this, but my understanding is that Auckland Council hasn't accepted or adopted the IHP recommendation by pursuing a plan change or variation. It's quite happy, I understand, with the current situation, and that's the way Auckland Council now manages these flood hazards.
But as far as you're aware, it hasn't been considered either by the Environment Court or the Superior Courts? No,
as far as I'm aware, that's the case, and that's because I'm saying that because as the passages that Mr. McDonnell pointed to in his supplementary paper, the council withdrew the maps as part of its package of provisions and amended the provisions to define the relevant hazards similarly to how it's being proposed that by Ms. Williams that the council do it in this case.
As I think that's. Do any other commissioners have any?
I've got a couple.
You go for it.
Yeah. Ms. Whitting, just in terms of the part of your legal submissions, the interpretation of the RPS, just in terms of where you say at 2.6, identification is different from mapping. In terms of the RPS where it talks about the identification of the areas at high risk, what method are you suggesting that if they weren't done by mapping, how would they be done?
What I say is that the definitions, which, assuming they're certain and clear, are adequate to or amount to an identification of the hazards that policy, is it 29, I think it is, of the RPS requires. So for that reason, I say that it's consistent with policy 29 of the RPS. I'm not saying that mapping is that mapping would not also be a method by which you can identify the hazards. All I'm really pointing out there is that not having maps doesn't amount to a non-identification.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you identify areas when you're not using a map?
Well, you have the definition.
Example of how you do that.
Well, you have the definition, and that provides what information you need about a particular site to determine whether or not some account needs to be taken of a potential flood hazard. You can then either get an expert opinion to tell you that. You can refer to the publicly available council maps, which will provide a starting point and a number of inputs into that expert report, and that enables you to identify on a particular site whether there is a hazard that needs to be addressed.
In terms of the NPS-FM example you're given about to identify and map certain wetlands, is that the NPS-FM 2020?
Yes, that's right. So all I'm really trying to point out there is that, and it's, I mean, of course, it doesn't, it's an example of how some higher order policy documents see identification and mapping as different things. The question here is, does the RPS, which obviously was put out before the NPS-FM, but does the RPS, when it uses the word identification, necessarily require mapping? And my answer to that question is no.
And the drafters of the RPS only required identification of the areas. So is that set out in the decision on policy 29 as far as for the RPS, or are you just reading it off?
I'm just reading it off the RPS. So I haven't gone back to the decision report that led to that. Maybe that would assist, but my objective reading of the RPS is that it doesn't require mapping for that reason.
Yeah. Sorry, and I didn't. Which Mr. Dorr wrote part of the RPS? Which bits was he writing?
Oh, I don't know. He, in his evidence, explains that he played a significant role in the development of the natural hazard provisions in the RPS.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whitting? Mr. Whitting, Whittington, is there anything else you want to add? I think that you were going to go on to the RPS, but I think Commissioner Sinclair's question is really you've told us your reasoning, and so we understand that. Is there anything else you want to add before we talk to Ms. Williams?
No, I think you're right that I have addressed in substance what I was going to say about the RPS. The only other issue, I suppose, is the final matter addressed in the submissions about this Resource Management Enabling Housing and Other Matters Bill. I have tried to this morning find a copy of the bill as reported back from the Select Committee. I saw last week that when it was first reported back, they hadn't had time to actually provide an updated copy of the bill, which says something about our parliamentary process for it. But nonetheless, I haven't been able to find an updated copy of the bill to see whether there are any changes to 77H that Mr. McDonnell relied on in his Section 42A report. But it may well be that becomes an issue depending on whether there are changes. But otherwise, I took a different interpretation of Section 77H than he did.
Well, you don't need to go there. I think that we're going to know soon enough what
that's right.
What Parliament, where Parliament lands on that issue, and we can figure out if it's an issue at that point.
Yes. Well, in that case, I will hand over to Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I thought I would just very briefly, run through the highlights or key areas of my evidence without going into it. Obviously, happy to take questions around the actual evidence, but the key focus of my evidence related to the relocation of the hazard flood maps outside of the plan and consequential amendments throughout the provisions to achieve this. Within my evidence, the key areas that I address are utilisation of flood hazard mapping as a non-statutory tool outside of the plan, revised definitions to account for the above and give effect to it. And within that, I've recommended several new definitions to tie back to the rule framework. So the first is a definition for high hazard area, and that's to give effect to identifying these areas based on the RPS requirement policy 29. I've recommended a new definition of flood hazard stream corridor, flood hazard overland flow, and flood hazard inundation to align with the flood hazard areas specified within the provisions and formally currently within overlays. I support amending the definition of natural hazard overlay to natural hazard area as a consequential change also. Throughout the provisions, you'll note that my recommended suite of changes include a number of consequential edits, just to reflect the change in terminology, largely from natural hazard overlay to natural hazard area. I also, within my evidence, acknowledge specific amendments that Mr. McDonnell has made in his Section 42A report, generally acknowledging support for those changes, and in particular NHP2, NHP3 and NHR6. I acknowledge that they don't go all the way to the matters within the submission of Kāinga Ora, but I accept the position that Mr. McDonnell's taken on those provisions. I also suggest that a similar amendment is made to NHP4 within the provisions. That just seems to be a bit of a missed submission point. It's also seeking similar relief to the changes that Mr. McDonnell made to NHP2 and P3, which is seeking to remove the term avoided and instead place minimised in that place. As I say, for the most part, my evidence stands, except based on the conversation that Mr. Whittington's already alluded to. I have suggested some revisions, some very small revisions to the recommended definitions, which I've tabled. I'm not sure if you have the benefit of actually having my my notes here, but we can table these if you don't have these in hand. They're very small revisions, but I'll just quickly speak to those.
Can I just say, yes, our dedicated hearing administrator was able to give them to us, and we had a break, a longer lunch break than usual, so we were able to read them.
Oh, that's great. The recommended definitions are intended to convey that the statutory maps the maps sitting outside are non-statutory and convey their purpose more clearly. And so this is based in part from the conversation that occurred on day one of the hearing, stream 3. In my opinion, the suggested defined terms for each of the flood hazards provides the necessary link to determine compliance or otherwise with the relevant standards and rules. The flood modelling maps assist, but are not the determining factor for consent. The Natural Hazards chapter differentiates between 3 different types of flood hazard, being stream corridors, overland flow and ponding inundation. Each of these is categorised as a different hazard risk profile in Appendix 10, being high, medium and low, respectively, which is reflected in the proposed objectives, policies and rule framework. Resource consent requirements are determined according to whether a proposed activity is within a high, low or medium natural hazard area and or within a stream corridor, overland flow or ponding inundation flood hazard. The requirement for resource consent would be determined by whether an activity is located on land specified in the recommended flood hazard definitions, and the non-statutory maps would assist applicants and the council to inform an assessment against the definitions in the plan based on the modelled extent of the defined areas. However, they are not determinative of consent requirements. Following the exchange between the panel and council officers on day one of hearing stream 3 in regard to this matter, I consider that some small but material adjustments would clarify that the purpose of having flood hazard maps outside of the plan is to assist plan users in demonstrating that the modelled extent of flooding hazards, noting that these are subject to change. In this regard, a revision to the recommended definition set out in my evidence is suggested below to provide a note to this effect. I note that the inclusion of this general note is consistent with comparable defined terms in the Auckland Unitary Plan and within the Section 42A reports of the Tauranga City plan change, which is currently running through the hearing process. So just turning to those revised provisions just very briefly. The first one I've struck out just to be very clear that that the hazard area doesn't mean land that's within the flood hazard maps. It's areas identified in the hazard table within Appendix 10, and so noting that I see identification being both through definition and then as within this definition here also within an identified overlay, noting that there are other natural hazard overlays outside of flood hazard maps. Within each of the following definitions, I've just simply added a note, and it's just to be very clear that the proposed course of action to have maps outside of the plan is very clearly being a non-statutory tool within that regard. So it's noting that the council holds publicly available information showing the modelled extent of flooding affecting specific properties in its GIS viewer. The maps are non-statutory and can be reviewed to take account of any property-specific information. So that statement in itself is making it clear that they're a tool, but that they can be subject to change, and that change, it would follow, can come from either a member of the public or the council based on specific information that they hold. Beyond that, I don't, I do have another small amendment to make to the introduction section of the Natural Hazards chapter. Again, it's just simply striking out an amendment that was within my original evidence to make it clear that hazard areas are not necessarily those that are mapped within the council's mapping information.
Ms. Williams, I had two questions. The first, I was reading your note, and the TUI ad came to mind with you saying that these are a tool, they're not determinative, and thinking, is this the year right moment that for all practical purposes they are going to be determinant, aren't they?
Look, yeah, I acknowledge that for the most part they will be the primary tool for members of the public and landowners to ascertain whether or not their property is subject to those particular hazards. It does, however, provide the opportunity where there's any degree of better understanding or knowledge around the actual hazard profile of a site to actually ensure that that is more accurately reflected. So I do acknowledge that for the most part, what is within those plans will, for a number of people, lead them to the conclusion around whether or not their property is subject to these hazards. But the definitions in themselves are the key area to, I guess, to be the clear determining factor around that.
And notwithstanding the qualifications that you've inserted, and I understand the reason you've done that, are these maps documents incorporated by reference in the first schedule terms, but not actually going through the process that's directed for that? Because they're certainly referred to.
Yeah, I take your point on that. I don't consider them to be documents incorporated by reference. The purpose of this is noting that the council holds information that can assist in landowners understanding the hazard profile of their site without going out and undertaking site-specific investigations should they choose not to. I don't consider the reference to that information as being clearly aligned with incorporating a document outside of the plan.
Commissioner Sinclair, do you have any questions?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Williams. Can I just take you to Appendix 1 of your summary statement that we received today, and I just want to check that I understand it relative to the Appendix 1 of your actual evidence. So I'm on page 2 of the Appendix 1 for the evidence, and in terms of the amendments you've made there are in blue, and then those are also the same blue ones that are in Appendix 1 in your speaking notes attached to that. Is that right? And then the green is the extra bit that you've added in terms of your speaking notes.
That's correct.
Yep. So
yes.
Yep. So some of the blue part they're actually new. And in both. Okay. That's all right. I'll grant you that is black. Yes, maybe it's my eyesight. The just in terms of the other changes that you specified in Appendix 1 to your main evidence. Firstly, in terms of the definition of high hazard that you've added there, does that have any implications or to the other parts of the natural hazards chapter that relate to things that have high hazards, such as some of the seismic areas and things like that?
It incorporates all of the high hazard profiles within Appendix 10. So within Appendix 10, each natural hazard is ascribed a risk profile. So all of those that have a high hazard within Appendix 10 are included within this definition. That also includes coastal hazards as well.
So,
that is certainly the intent. However, I perhaps can see where you're going on this, if I may. I do note that I think, as you're quite rightly about to point out, that the Ohario fault is not within there.
Yep. So and in terms of the definition of overlay, it's got coastal hazard overlay there, but shouldn't it be natural hazard area? Or is that the natural hazard area only apply to the overlays and
sorry, can you point me to the...
Sure. So the definition of overlay, it left in coastal hazard overlay, whereas are those, I'm just checking, natural hazard area only applies to the flood maps, but it says natural hazard overlays. It seemed a bit of inconsistency there.
Yeah, I accept that point. So, yes, I accept that point.
Could you just can you explain to us what it is that you're trying to do here in terms of separating out the two so that we understand it?
Yeah, sure. So it's simply to remove. So with natural hazard overlays, they incorporate fault lines and coastal flooding overlay flooding areas. So it's just simply to remove reference to any flooding component within there.
Right. And then the flood hazard inundation, and just that's to do with rivers and streams rather than coastal inundation. You wanted to separate right. the two?
Yeah, so flood hazard inundation, I note that in both the evidence of Mr. McDonnell and Ms. Nietzsche, that the proposed plan term of flood hazard ponding has been recommended to be changed to inundation, and so that's reflected in that. So I note that that's different to coastal hazards in that regard. It's referring to what the proposed plan terms as flood hazard ponding.
Okay, no, thank you. Turning to the rest of your on page 5, in terms of the documents you've looked at in preparing your evidence, was there anything within the proposed natural resources plan that specifically referenced anything to do with flood hazards or natural hazards that might also impact? Sorry, that's in your first point. Oh, I should read it more clearly, shouldn't I? So, I asked Mr. Whittington the question, when it talks about in the RPS about identifying areas, from a planning perspective and in terms of plan preparation, can you give me some examples of how that's done?
My view around that is that a definition in itself is that's the primary method for for many aspects of a plan being identified. Spatially, of course, mapping is an available tool to also identify a plan-controlled matter, but I don't see that a definition also doesn't work to that effect. With regard to this matter,
Sorry, so that's the definition of overlay. When you say the definition,
the definition of high hazard area.
Oh, high hazard area. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Just as I guess as a general aside, but I also note in the plan review process in the Selwyn district, the regional council there, that was actually, as I understand it, their preferred approach was to identify a high hazard area via definition, given the uncertainties around being able to map it. They have a similar requirement that high hazard areas are identified in the floodplain context. So I guess I just draw on that example to demonstrate that it's, in my view, it's being invoked in a similar manner elsewhere.
Has that been heard, that part of the Selwyn plan?
As I understand it, it's going through the process. Mr. Liggett may have a better view around whether it's gone through hearings. I think he has a better handle on that. But as I understand it, it has gone through hearings.
The turning to the definition of hazard-sensitive activities, and it's got included there multi-unit housing. And is it correct that you're suggesting that can be deleted because that the definition of residential units already includes that matter?
That's right. So that's my view, is putting aside the fact that the definition of multi-unit housing will be heard in a later hearing stream. In and of itself, in my view, it's redundant, and its placement there it's already captured by the requirement for residential units to be classified as a hazard-sensitive activity.
In terms of amending the natural hazard mitigation activity, I just in your the submission recommending an amendment to it in terms of the what the mitigation might be. When I read the first bit that's been crossed out, they tried to make it clear that it was only mitigation related to natural hazard mitigation rather than any other type of or purposes for which earthworks or structures repair might be used to eliminate the risk caused by that. Does it cover the same, or how you've rewritten it mean the same thing, that it's only in relation to mitigation, that those activities, earthworks, structures repair, only applies to mitigation of natural hazards?
Yeah, in my view, it does. It continues to hold the same meaning. It's specifying that the physical works and goes through earthworks, structures repair and maintenance, and emergency work to reduce or eliminate risks caused by natural hazards. So, in my view, that achieves the same purpose.
And then just, overall, in terms of the shifting the flood hazard plans to being outside the plan, would that result in any regulatory or any problem for the council in terms of its regulatory role when it came to administering the plan by having the map sitting outside it? Trying to understand if they're inside, it might be easy because it's clearly identified, but if they sit outside it, what are the risks from a planning perspective of councils not being able to potentially enforce it or consider it in terms of a 104 decision, say, on a non-notified application?
I don't see that it creates a barrier in council enforcing its regulatory role. Council has many maps and areas of information that sit outside the statutory district plan that it draws on to inform its required assessment. So I don't consider that would prevent or inhibit council's ability to undertake its regulatory role. Yeah.
And so then the rules are written in such a manner not to need to rely on those maps in order to be effective. Is that correct?
The rules and the accompanying definitions, in my view, categorise what the hazards are. Now, I freely acknowledge that the maps assist in understanding where those areas are, but they aren't the final determining factor in that regard. So as more information is made available, more specific to a site or in relation to works that may have occurred that have altered the hydrology in an area, that information in itself can demonstrate whether or not a site is subject to the hazard that is defined in my suggested definitions.
Okay, thank you.
So I acknowledge it does assist, but it's not the clear determining factor.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you very much to both of you and to Mr. Liggett, who's been watching patiently in the background. We'll take that on board and ponder it further. So thank you for your contribution for today, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ready for the Kenepuru team.
No, I don't know. That's not.
So, Mr. Gorn and Mr. Sullivan.
Hello. Afternoon.
Thank you for coming on earlier than we had arranged. I looked at. I only noted relatively late that you hadn't asked for more than 15 minutes, and I thought that was probably not going to be enough, given the complexity of Mr. Sullivan's evidence. But over to you.
I've got a bit of a repeat audio going on, so I don't know whether you've got it at your end or not.
No, we can hear you loud and clear.
I think he's hearing us twice.
You're hearing us twice?
Yes.
Well, okay. That means we might keep the questions quite short then. But please proceed.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brett Gorn. I'm a registered professional surveyor and licensed cadastral. Oh, I've got a double up here too, so I might dial out and come back.
No worries.
Is that all right?
All good. Is that better?
Okay. I'm back in. Is that okay?
We can hear you. Can you only hear one of me?
Yes. No, I will go, and I'm the only one affected. So, yeah, my role on the Kinapuru Landing project is a lead consultant for the Kinapuru Limited Partnership team, and the team that's been prepared to assembled to deliver the project. I prepared KLP submission and further submission on the proposed district plan. The matters KLP submitted on for this hearing were in relation to the fault hazard and flood hazard maps. In relation to the flood hazard mapping, Calibre have provided Wellington Water with the integrated post-development stormwater modelling, and we have worked with them and PCC to develop that achieves neutrality for the project and assists with the overall stormwater management for this area of Porirua. I listened to Wellington Water's Nadia Nietzsche submission last Friday and can confirm that the flood hazard mapping she presented and was included in paragraph 42 of Mr. McDonnell's supplementary evidence is acceptable to KLP. In relation to the fault hazard mapping, I'm going to ask David Sullivan to present his summary of evidence to you shortly. As a background to that, Tetra Tech Coffee have been part of the project consulting team since the beginning in 2016, and all geotechnical matters for the project. As part of that work, KLP requested they investigate the fault hazard through the site and advise on its location and propose a more specific fault avoidance zone for the Kinapuru landing site. Their peer review report and their expert submission to this hearing is a result of those extensive investigations. I'll now hand over to Dave Sullivan. Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon, panel. As you know, I'm David Sullivan, and you already have seen my qualifications, and I just wanted to open it up to see if you have seen the summary of the presentation that we submitted earlier this morning, and if you want me to present that, or if you want to go straight to questions.
I think we can go straight to questions. We've had time to read it.
Great.
So starting with myself, at the last bullet point on page 3 of your summary,
yes,
say it was agreed. Agreed by who?
Last bullet point, page 3. So that would be in item 2. There's the 5 experts that are listed there, and so that would be the, in general, the team that was working on it. It's noted that Doug Mason was Porirua City Council peer reviewer, and so there was a peer review process with City Council. There is also a third-party peer review with John Begg, a former GNS Science employee, and now has his own company, and so that was the key experts that were involved in various stages. I guess I'm the common thread starting from 2016, where I was actually in the trenches and logging trenches and physically viewing and touching the ground. But that would be the team that had a collaborative approach on that agreement.
Second question.
Could I just clarify something on that one, Chair? Mr. Sullivan, was that and that team were basically, those were the people involved in the involved as part of the resource consent process? for this rather than the district plan process. Could you just clarify that for me?
Correct. That would be our fault trench study that was submitted in May 2021, and various peer reviews and studies prior to that time frame.
But so, and it was to do with resource consent applications rather than the district plan? Okay, thank you.
Second question, Mr. Sullivan. Literally the last sentence of your summary. It suggested.
I thought that would be an interesting one for you.
Yes, it's suggested that the panel consider a specific note on the planning maps for this area. What would the note say?
Yes, and that's a interesting question. So it is, and I'm a geologist and on the technical side, so I don't profess to be a planner and know the planning law and all that. So ultimately, with that, it would be a, because it is I suppose, a discussion between resource consent and a planning overall district plan issue. And so I'm not sure what the tools you have available to put a note on a district plan. That being said, other items would be, for instance, either referencing the resource consent document or allowing adjustment through a resource consent process, those, or a highlight of that area through Kinnicrew Landing that highlights a specific study has been done for that area.
Can I ask a clarification? Yep.
Certainly.
So that, just on that last bullet point, so is that's in the next page of your summary, is that diagram A or B?
In general, that would be diagram 1B, and
1B.
it would be the it shows up as a darker blue hatched area that goes through that area. In our original study, it showed up as a hatched purple area.
And it starts at the bottom left of the picture and goes towards the northeastern corner, a bit higher that, northwest, and it's that hatched area through there and it's got blue as the underline except for the bit around B where it's got a yellow underline. Is that correct?
Yes, that's generally correct. You can see the hatch that's in the background in that area. It may be easier for me to share screen. Let me try to.
Yes, if you could put the map up and identify exactly what you're referring to and make sure there's no possibility of us misunderstanding you, that'd be helpful.
Okay, there we go. Maybe, let's see, it appears that that is now showing for you.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're able to see my cursor?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, so this darker blue area in here was our original area that was, we called it a fault buffer zone. And then this lighter, also hatched, but lighter green area was the fault distributed zone. Let me open this up and it's likely a little clearer in this. So I'll go up one more page. So you can see our original study that was done. And so the hatched purple area was our fault buffer zone, which would be where we're saying don't build in that area. And then the green hatched area is the area that we're saying is a distributed deformation zone that can be dealt with engineered solutions. And so if we go back to this document, that's this darker blue area is that underlying zone that we originally presented, with this lighter hatched area that is the distributed zone, where we're saying that it's okay to build there, but with engineering consideration for the foundations.
And what has the partnership currently got resource consent to do in the, what you've called the distributed area?
That's better for Brett to answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We don't have any resource consent for that area for subdivision or buildings. We've had resource consent for earthworks which have been completed. There is a master plan which has informed all of the resource consents for the other stages 1 and 2. That's in stage 4, which we haven't actually sought resource consent for. What we've been trying to do with this one is, with this work that we've asked Coffee Tetra Tech to do, is to enable us to proceed with certainty when we do the master planning and detailed planning for that area.
So is the status quo that you do not currently have a master plan for the area in dispute?
No, the master plan doesn't have any statutory standing.
Yeah, but I know it doesn't have standing, but...
Oh, we do have a master plan for it. Yes, we have preliminary designs which we've used to enable us to deal with major roading and earthworks and stormwater attenuation, services and all those sorts of things. But we were reluctant to proceed with any further detail of design and resource consenting until this fault avoidance zone had been accepted by council. And we were in the process of doing that at the time that the PDP was notified.
Thank you. Going back to Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
I don't know if you listened to the discussion I had with Dr. Litchfield the other day on Friday, Mr. Sullivan, but I asked Dr. Litchfield, in effect, why she and you disagreed. And I'm giving you the same opportunity to tell me your understanding of Dr. Litchfield's views and why you think she's wrong.
Yeah, it's I see it as two different stages in a overall process is the way I view it. I come from west coast of the U.S., so I have experience in Nevada and California. California has an Alquist-Priolo Act, which is a very similar process, and so you would have, they refer to it something different, but you would have a fault avoidance zone that simply states that a developer shall do investigations and determine the extent of setback from that buildings need to be from that area. And so she's looking at it at that high level, early planning, put something on a map that says this is an area we need to be concerned of. And then we're looking at it, narrowing that down using the site-specific, really focused in years of over various stages and years. We're looking at it in a much higher detail. And in a large subdivision, that's can be done. It's not always ideal locations, as this area is a brownfield. It makes it quite challenging. But where we've gone through, we've satisfied ourselves as experts with peer review that this is the area that we feel provides a level of risk to not build buildings on. So we're looking at a very boots on the ground. This is from our studies, this is what we see as the area of rupture. Dr. Litchfield is looking at it at a high level desktop study using LiDAR to determine overall faulting across your across the entire region and not just one individual area. And they don't have the resources to do fault trenches in multiple locations across every fault.
As regards the specific point, your assessment that point B is the edge of, or the ancient edge of Mitchell Stream, what's the basis for that view?
That's when we did see the bedrock exposed in that area, and it didn't show a fractured zone or in that bedrock, and it didn't show a weathering profile that would be typical of bedrock that would be in place for hundreds of thousands of years, where the rock changes to a weathered rock, which changes to a clay over hundreds of thousands of years. And so it didn't have that weathering profile. And so from that, we assessed it as an ancient meander of the Mitchell Stream that had, several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago had eroded that area and then backfilled with gravel. And that was seen in Fault Trench 02. The gravels were seen in that area, and that's the area of the anomaly C that we have.
So which?
I guess different viewpoints on in that area.
So that was Fault Trench 02.
I'll do a share screen just so.
Yeah, can you point that out? Because
so that's that Fault Trench 02. I'll change to our original, and so that is the Fault Trench 02. I'll go down one more page just so it's zoomed in a bit more. This would be the area of point B. This is anomaly C. Fault Trench 2 was done directly above that anomaly C that we saw on the geophysics. And that was the reason why we selected that location. It was to satisfy ourselves that that wasn't a rupture zone. When gravels are put down with the stream, they get put down so that it was called imbrication, where they're in layers as the stream puts gravels, deposits gravels. And those, when we cleaned the trench walls, we didn't see evidence of disruption and fracturing and or a shatter zone of those gravels in that trench. So that was the reason behind that.
So just to be clear, the FT02 is the
Yes.
line rather than the anomaly C trench location itself.
Yeah, so the FTO2, if you can see my cursor, it goes from 0 meters to 14 meters. It's a very short trench. We had, this was done in the front yard of these, I believe they were old hospital buildings. And so we had a limited area that we could do that before we started to hit utilities and issues with that road. As you know, this is a brownfield site, so yes, it's that area. And then this shaded red area is the anomaly C that we saw in the geophysics.
That was all I had. Commissioner Sinclair, do you have any other questions of Mr. Sullivan?
In terms of your summary document, the number, the appendices, the bit at the end of it with the two plans and map aerial B, the area that's shown as A there.
Yes,
What
I
is
can
it
share
that
the screen again.
That area A, can you just summarise why is that area identified and what's different about it? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. So the fault trench 11B was done in this area. We did not see evidence of fault rupture or a shatter zone. This area is a well-developed soil that's a residual soil that's been developed from the rock below. And so it's easier to understand that soil profile as it's being developed, and that would be quite an ancient soil profile. And so that was the 11B, and then the 11A, and then we did an original, back in 2016, we did an original fault trench 08 as well along that area. In those trenches, we didn't see a shatter zone. There wasn't evidence of faulting in those trenches. Also, when we look at the LiDAR, there wasn't evidence in the LiDAR. It's an area where it hasn't been modified as these other areas in, I suppose, the lower valley area or the Mitchell Stream area. It's up on the top of the hill, and so the ground surface hasn't been modified. That and then on that one, I don't know if you can see. Maybe if I go to this one here, you can start to see that these topographic lines are very parallel, and so when we look at these fault trenches and we aren't seeing rupture here or over here, we can deduct that these topo lines would not be parallel. The stream would have eroded away a fault, and so that says somewhere along the toe of this slope is where the fault ruptured, and it hasn't shattered or disrupted the slope here that would have eroded away over thousands of years. And so from that, we've placed this fault zone along the hillside, and from that, and it's something that we have good trenching here, and from that we can deduct those 200-300 meters beyond that.
Mr. Sullivan, a question that occurs to me arising from that description, are the trenches still in place so that you can see the same things at the bottom of the trench that you could see when they were dug?
So this original trench was done prior to earthworks. These other trenches were done after earthworks, where there's been 4 or 5 meters of material removed from the site. So this site has been earthworked, and in this area, 4 or 5 meters has been excavated off of the top of this area. During our earthworks observations, we weren't, so we did this, this was a shallow trench, this FT11A that was done just across the exposed earthworks after cutting, and shatter zones weren't observed there. And so during the earthworks, we didn't see obvious, a fault shatter zone has fault gouge. You get clays typically. It's a much different. It's something that even an operator on an excavator would go, "What is that?" You know, it looks much different, and they. Some operators call it a wallpaper, because it's a very interesting exposure as they're excavating it down. So it is something that wasn't observed during the earthworks.
But come back to my question.
And those trenches are not currently open, and I believe that area has topsoil over the top of it now. And has been prepared for lots.
And you said there was, are there any open trenches?
Not at this time.
And what about up at Area B? You said there was a short, deep trench. Is that still there?
So this trench, FT02, that's up in this area, that was done over Anomaly C, that was done in 2016. That is now underneath 4 meters of fill material.
Gotcha.
Mr. Chair, just if I may help assist, when I said that there's no resource consents, there is down in the south area that where the hill is that you've just been talking about, where the cutting was, that area has been consented and it is now completed, and there are titles for houses in that area. That was the Area A. And the fault avoidance zone was accepted by council as being able to be narrowed up during the resource consent process for that area.
So you have consents to subdivide and build on Area A?
Yes, and those consents have now been implemented, so titles are issued up to the boundary of the stream reserve. In fact, there are geotechnical constraints on the title by consent notice on the slope side of those lots where they go down to the boundary that require specialist design, and that extends back 5 meters from the top of the bank. So there are protections in place, but there's no. So those lots have been titled.
So, Mr. Gowan, all of Area A is fully developed?
Yes.
Right.
I should say only up to the boundary of the stream. There is an esplanade reserve, 20 metre wide esplanade reserve along the edge of the stream. So effectively that's the 20 metre buffer zone comes up to the edge of the red line is the boundary.
Gotcha. Sorry, Commissioner, I interrupted you.
No, I think that's probably...
Commissioner Williams, anything?
No, that's been clearly explained. Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare?
Kia ora, thank you both very much for your contributions and the evidence you've provided. It's most helpful. Dr. Sullivan, just looking at the final paragraphs of your original evidence, paragraphs 48 and 49, and the observations you make there in terms of a concern that you expressed that the field observations by scientists are important, and noting that Coffee, including yourself, are the only people who have actually observed and mapped the trench evidence. And then at 49, you go on to say that that the experience and contribution of the former GNS employees, one of whom sadly has since become deceased, but their substantial experience in both the Wellington geology, and fault mapping appears to have been overlooked. And I'm just, how significant an issue do you consider this to be in terms of the evidence that's being presented by the council and council experts on this issue?
Yeah, I think that, and thank you, and I'll kia ora, and I'll clarify that I'm Mr. Sullivan, not Dr. Sullivan. So
my apologies.
So
you certainly appear to be a doctor.
Just briefly, you should accept the compliment, Mr. Sullivan.
So I think it goes back to that a previous question, and I forget from which panel member that was from, but it goes back to that question around why I think I'm right and Dr. Litchfield is potentially wrong. And I don't think it's a matter of right or wrong. I think it's a matter of Dr. Litchfield is looking at as a very much high-level planning level, which tends to be a broad brush. I'm looking at it, and our team is looking at it as a detailed, finer print level to determine the setback and really assess that, I suppose, the life safety aspects for subdivision in that particular area. We aren't providing any discussion beyond our boundaries. So I think that's the really the two differences in that.
Thank you for that clarification. Just one final follow-up question in relation to that. It's been a little while since I've read all the evidence on this, but can you please just remind me the extent to which the council was or wasn't involved or had the opportunity to participate in or observe the trenches for themselves? I mean, was there any direct involvement there on their part?
Yeah, so there was two items there. GNS was invited to view the trenches,
Right.
which I realize that that's not council.
Yes.
But then on the other side of that is Porirua City Council has, through WSP, Doug Mason, conducted a very thorough peer review process of our report, and we addressed many comments in that peer review process, and that ultimately was our result of our final report in May 2021.
Great. Thank you very much. No further questions from me.
So thank you very much to both you, Mr. Sullivan, and Mr. Gorn for your contribution. It's much appreciated. And we'll retire to ponder what you've told us.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Ebbett on the line. We'll talk to him first. Mr. Ebbett, thank you for waiting patiently. And I wonder if I could ask you, the panel's feeling have just had a really particularly stimulating discussion with an engineering geologist about seismic risk, and we'd really like to have a cup of tea. Could I impose on you to sit and wait for another 10 minutes? And
yeah, no, that's fine, Mr. Jim.
The good news is that we're not time sensitive on the other end, as long as you're not. So it won't be a matter of cutting you short.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll retire and be back at 3:05.
Okay, thank you.
resume the hearing, Mr. Abbott.
Right, now, so are you receiving me all right?
We are indeed. You're coming in loud and clear.
Thank you.
And we can even see your happy smiling face.
Oh, well, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, my name's Graham Abbott. I'm the chairman of Te Taibe Residents Association, and I speak to our submission, which is number 95. So I guess you have that. It should be 3 pages.
Yes.
2 pages and a map.
Yes,
on
we
the
have
third
that.
page. And also, I don't know whether you've received the hearing notes that of what I'm about to say.
Yes, we have. Thank you.
And there should be 9 attachments that relate to the submission.
Yes.
ATT1 to ATT9.
Yep, we got all those. We got those last week. Thank you.
Oh, now, I don't know. Do you actually have them in printed form? I mean, if I refer to them, is it easy to see them, or do you have to go into a computer and open up an attachment?
We have hard copies.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks. Well, personally, I've got a background of advanced. I'm a registered engineer and fellow of the erstwhile Institute of Measurement and Control New Zealand. I've run businesses for over 45 years, designing industrial control systems and writing management plans. Our family home overlooks the Te Taibe Beach, and I have been intimately involved in the management of it since late 1980s. The background of the situation at the beach is that there had been a bylaw since 1971, the Porirua Harbour bylaw, of no motor vehicles on beaches unless launching or retrieving a boat, but it had proven impractical with 40 boat sheds at each end of the beach. Our group, our beachfront residents group, sought a workable compromise of a car-free centre beach. In 1988-89, Porirua City Council formed a working party of senior council officers and commenced a major public consultation process. It came up with the Te Taibe Beach Development Plan 1990, and I have provided that as attachment 2, and it's 50 or so pages long, and so I'm hoping you've had a chance to read it. I can point 1 or 2 things out in it as we go, if that's right. It was adopted by Porirua City Council in February 1990, except for deletion of recommendation number 3 for a vehicle-free beach, except boat sheds and boat launching and retrieving. That's on page 4 of that attachment, that plan. Nothing happened with motor vehicle management at that time. Local mothers organised a petition and presented it with 1,265 supporters to Porirua City Council, seeking that number recommendation to proceed, and nothing happened. The 1991 Resource Management Act process started, and as a group of beachfront residents, we formed Te Taibe Residents Association in 1995 to go through the legal process of establishing workable rules for motor vehicles on the beach in the Regional Coastal Plan 2000 for the Wellington area. I have remained its chairman since then. We were satisfied that the definition for mean high water springs and ground survey gave Wellington Regional Council jurisdiction for the whole beach right up to within about 2 metres of the boat sheds. We thrashed out details in mediation and were agreed on a night curfew, protection for the fossilised forest, but eventually had to go to a hearing with Porirua City Council opposing Wellington Regional Council and ourselves over the northern boundary of the car-free area. The Regional Coastal Plan was finally established in 2000 with legal costs to our fledgling group of about $35,000. but the plan was rendered unenforceable in about 2009 when Porridua Council and Wellington Regional Council conspired to adopt an unlawful new mean high water spring jurisdiction boundary about a third of the way down the beach. And that's attachment number 8. If I can just quote that. So the Regional Coastal Plan 2000, which the proposed Natural Resources Plan is now replacing, the definition, interpretation, page 22, mean high water springs means the average of a pair of successive high waters during the period of about 24 hours in each semi-lunation, approximately every 14 days, when the range of tides is greatest. That was fine as far as we were concerned, as we understood it to be, and that was the law. We found out through an Official Information Act request from one of our members in 2012 that, in fact, Porirua City Council and the Regional Council had come to an agreement to change that that mean high water spring tide definition. And instead of it being a 3-line definition, it became a 2-page definition, which really was simply really a prediction and a computer calculation, which was then surveyed on the beach by surveyors, but it came from the prediction, not from a measurement. PCC then attempted to invoke a bylaw in support of that unlawful boundary, but stalled when we prepared the legal case against the bylaw, which people had no knowledge of breaking because the boundary was an invisible line in the sand. We've now gone through a similar process for the proposed Natural Resources Plan. The difference is that Wellington Regional Council now has remained adamant, no driving or parking on beaches, and no exception for Titahi Bay boat sheds. The hearing was presented with the unique situation of 40 boat sheds at each end of the beach and a complete breakdown of management between Porirua City Council and the Wellington Regional Council. But the Wellington Regional Council position was upheld despite our plea to some of you who were the independent commissioners. You can now see the video result of unenforceable beach rules as a result of deadly, uncontrollable access at Bay Drive and mayhem from hoons on the beach. Now that's attachment number 1, and I'm hoping you had a look at that. It gave video links to video which showed that, in certain terms. The breakdown of an integrated management between the regional and local council has continued, with PCC declining to be party to our proposed Natural Resources Plan court proceedings. In mediation, we agreed on a mapped definition for mean high water springs that allows PCC to squeeze in boat shed parking. That was done on the basis that the car-free Centre Beach boundary was to be shifted to the stream which is north of the existing Bay Drive access. As a demarcation plus enforcement mechanism. In the 1990 plan, that's page 34 in the attachment that I produced before. But behind the scenes, PCC blocked the agreement by refusing to change entrances, and legally participants could not tell PC as a non-participating third party what to do. The court order was settled with this being a loose end. Now, that court order is attachment 3. You'll see that the items in red throughout that order are the things that we actually managed to change and have added specifically for Titei Bay Beach. The last page is a map, which isn't very good, I'm afraid, and I think it's because, you know, it was probably circulated so many times. By the time it got attached to the order, it was pretty poor quality. But I have produced a blow-up of it, but I'd just like, if I may use that map, just to explain the layout, the physical layout of the beach. So if we look at
Mr. Abbott, before you go on, are you able to, if you've got another map, have you got an electronic copy? Can you share that with us on your screen so you can point out exactly where you're talking about?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I haven't got the technology to do that. I'm old school. I'm not sure how to be able to do that yet.
You and me both, but never mind. Okay, if you
I can probably explain it. You know, if you look at that map, it's, as I say, very poor. It's got, you can see in white an area A in the middle and a hatched area that's in. But if we start from the bottom of the map, you can see bottom left-hand corner, there's a row of little buildings there. That's the boat sheds at the south end. And if you move to the right of them, it's very hard to see. There's sort of a grey line. That's the road access coming down to the boat sheds. The line of the hatched, so the whole of the shaded area of the map is what the regional council has declared as the area of fossilised forest, which has been raised to national importance. The hatched area within it, which is shown as Area A, the southern end of that hatch is actually just by the boat sheds there at the southern end. That's actually a stream. That stream comes down, and when it rains, it forms quite a cutting in the beach and becomes a physical barrier, geographic separation on the beach. And if you go, yes, if you go to the northern end of that hatch, you can see another grey road coming down just a little bit north of it, and that's Bay Drive. And that's the entrance, which is basically really a two-lane highway, frankly, which has been used for access of all the vehicles to be parking on the beach. If we go now, going north of that, you can see another little row of buildings. That's the boat sheds at the north end of the beach. And at the top of it, if you go to the top of those boat sheds, that there is a intersection of Lamley Road and Vella Street, and they're just roads that Vella Street goes to the left, and that's just a little access way to boat sheds that are around the corner on the rocks. And Lamley Road is a road that goes north there, and then it's quite wide, and it's a suburban road. But at that point there is actually the original access to the beach, and the curbing and everything's still there for the run-up and down onto the beach. Now, I've got attachment 4. I've done a blow-up of that Bay Drive entrance, and you can see under the Resource Management Plan, Proposed Natural Resources Plan, you can see that the shaded area of brown, which is a jurisdiction of, it is effectively the mean high water spring boundary of regional council jurisdiction, and above it, on the grey, the unshaded area, is the area we're now talking about with Porirua City Council's jurisdiction. The submission that we made to the regional proposed natural resources plan, and what we had agreed in mediation, which Porirua opposed, was that the hatched area that you see be extended to, but be moved up to where you can count those 2 cars as 1 car, a red one at the entrance, at Bay Drive there. Then there's a white one, and then you can see a darkened area there. That's actually a stream that comes down by Bay Drive. but it's actually it's actually a stream that becomes quite large flowing whenever it rains, and actually cuts out quite a deep channel, and you can actually see it. And this is just a fine day with not much flow, but you can see it comes down. It's a darkened spot there, and its channel's meandering slightly north at that point. But when it rains, it just cuts straight out, directly straight down the beach, and that forms what we believe is a logical place to have the boundary of a car-free area, because it provides a natural separation of the areas and a physical barrier, and it would become your primary mechanism of control of vehicles. If when it has rained, there's no way that you can get an ordinary car across. You'd have to have a four-wheel drive vehicle or a tractor just to drive through it to get to the boat sheds. So that was now behind the boat sheds there, you see, that's actually a paper road, and that runs southward down. It runs along parallel to the top of the beach there, behind the boat sheds, and all the way along the top of the beach, right, the whole length of the beach, right to the southern end is Beach Road. It's actually a paper road, and that was part of the 1990 plan, where they proposed that Bay Drive there be closed, and you could actually have angle parking along there, and further along, you see where the road comes down, you see a sort of a hexagon sort of white thing. That's actually the top of the toilet block. That could be removed, and then you could have angle parking all the way across from the boat shed, all the way as far as you like south, really. So that's a possibility, and that's what the proposal was in the 1990 plan, and that's the thing that we've been pursuing since now, and that's the part of our settlement with a proposal.
Mr. Abbott, you've locked up.
Well, in fact, it was being made before this. Sorry?
You locked up for a moment there, so I think we might have missed you for about 30 seconds.
Oh.
So, can I just ask you, when you say behind the boat sheds,
yes,
do you mean on the inland side, behind it?
On the inland side, where in fact there's a walkway there. There's a bit of a gap between the trees and the boat sheds.
Yep.
But that is actually why there's the beach road is actually quite wide and wide enough to be driving vehicles along.
Gotcha. And
that runs all the way along the top of the beach, going south all the way right round to the south end of the beach is Beach Road, paper road. Some of it is actual behind the surf club, halfway along the beach. It's actually formed into real road that people use for the houses there, but the rest of it is just really either walkway or just overgrown. So it has possibilities. So that it's the natural for development of the beach. It's the natural ongoing thing for the future, really, and that's what we're pursuing. Is that to really to have sustainable management and to remove the problem of uncontrollable access at Bay Drive. The thing is to close Bay Drive and have an alternative access for boat sheds at the north end there, which would be identical to the situation at the south end. That loose end remains. Porirua City Council has forced us to have to agree to the Regional Council's plan of the hatched area being the northern boundary of the car-free area. We're pursuing it now in the district plan that the car-free area be extended to that stream, and that would then mean that the whole business of being unable to control access onto the beach would be resolved, because the new access north of the boat sheds would be something quite easily controllable, and it would become a natural thing just to be supplying the boat sheds and any launching would only be in front of the boat sheds. And that's the situation we've got. And that we maintain that rules for the beach must be rules that you can monitor and enforce. And having a situation where Porirua City Council saying they agree that there'd be no parking on the beach in that hatched area, but
hey, Mr. Ebbett, you just
last week,
Mr. Ebbett, we lost you for about 60 seconds there. So if you froze on us. So if you could just repeat what you've just said, so we make sure we get that.
Yes, that Porirua City Council has maintained that they would agree that there be no parking on the beach in that hatched area south, but they've got no management plan to have control on the access at Bay Drive, other than just gates closing at night, which is what they're doing now. So we see that as being something that, without a management plan, that rule would be something that is really unable to be monitored and enforced, and is the key problem of just uncontrolled access and hoons. Last week, Porirua City Council resolved to invoke a bylaw to ban motor vehicles from the beach. But there is no management plan, and Bay Drive is left as an uncontrolled access. Conditions include no mention of the fossilised forest, night curfew, caterpillar tracked vehicles, or even the proposed natural resources plan definition of motor vehicle, which includes boat trailers. It fails to integrate with the proposed natural resources plan conditions. So it's a key thing. Motor vehicles, including boat trailers, would be in the regional plan not allowed to park or drive on the beach. So you can't leave your boat trailers on the beach, whereas Porirua City Council is proposing to do something which would allow boat trailers to be left on the beach. So we've got conflicts. We've got just a massive control system problem, from my point of view. So that sort of explains the situation of the layout, I think, unless you want to sort of pursue anything else on that map.
What you could tell me, please, is whereabouts on the beach is the fossil forest? Is it across the whole beach, or is it?
Yes, across the entire beach. The regional council's shaded area is what they define as fossilised forest area, and in fact, we know we've got evidence of all the there's samples of it that come up regularly within the monthly cycle of tides, and there are samples that come up all the way along the beach, and there are a couple of key ones. There's quite a really nice big long log that is only about 70 metres from the Bay Drive entrance there, vertically down from there. There's a couple that come up in front of the boat sheds at the north end, and there's some key ones. Well, there's quite a large area in front of the surf club, which is mainly only at very low tides, and there's several areas right in front of the boat shed, or just southwest, west of the boat sheds at the southern end. So there are samples that come up regularly all along the entire length of the beach. The geologist Hamish Campbell described it when he did a report on it, that the beach, the bay is like a large basin, like a soup bowl, and we know it moves up and down about a metre, plus or minus half a metre, from time to time. But in effect, he says it's like tipping the soup bowl, that the fossilised forest comes up at one end and then it tips, later on in the month or whatever it is, and it comes up at the other end. So is there anything else to do with the maps there that...
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Abbott, on the probably on the plan that shows the overall area with area A, and then your the enlarged photo that you've included in one of your appendices. Can I just, like, for your submission, what you want to do in the area that Porirua City have control of under the Resource Management Act, which is up to Mean High Water Springs, you want them to be able to, ban motor vehicles from entering the centre red hatch part of the beach, or more than that area?
No, we're simply wanting that hatched area as it stands to be moved up to the stream. And then as a result of that, Porirua City Council would not be able to be launching in that area. Right. So Bay Drive would become redundant. So
then that red area, you want that to extend, that bit there to extend right up to that tree line at the back there, with on the enlarged one where those two vehicles are shown there. So that and then it would go, that red area would continue north up to what the southern end of the northern set of boat sheds where that stream comes through. Is that what you're saying at that end?
We're just wanting to do with the coastal marine. Well, I'm not sure what the definition is, but the actual sandy beach area. That's all we're worried about. So, and moving it up to the stream there, which is the red car, then the white car, and then the shaded bit is the stream. Okay. We'd like that hatched area to be moved up to there. So
the hatched area that's shown over the that's currently shown over the brown area, you want that moved there.
So the red hatching is blown up so much that it's very hard to relate back to the map with the court order. But that red crisscross area, hatched area, we would like to slide up to that.
Slide up to the stream.
Up to the stream there. Yes.
Okay. And so, do I understand this correctly? In that the shaded brown area is the coastal marine area?
Yes. Yes. Right. No, that's the regional council jurisdiction area. That's the definition of mean high water spring tides, according to the agreement with the regional council. So we're looking now at the strip where those cars are.
Yes.
As being Porirua City Council jurisdiction.
Right.
And to the left of that, the brown area being the Wellington Regional Council jurisdiction.
Right. So I'm going to call, if I call it then the landward side, which is the Porirua City side, where that stream is, back as far as the road, which the paper road you referred to. So there's and this is at the southern end of those northern group of boat sheds. You want that strip through there that goes through the road, and that through the driveway, Bay Road that comes down there, where those cars are parked. Continue on down there. You want the red hatching to cover that area. Is that correct?
No, we're quite happy for what is the paper road to be.
I'm excluding the paper road. Between the paper road and Mean High Water Springs, that area there.
Yes.
Which has got at it's got a white car, then a red or orange car, then a white one, and a red one. It's that strip there. Is that the bit you want hatched?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Right. So, and then, sorry, can you explain to, so how do people access the boat sheds if they can't use Bay Drive? Do they access it from the northern end by Vallis Street and Langley, as you were saying?
Yes, that's what the 1990 plan proposal was, and that's what we're saying.
And then
accessing from Vallis Street, the boat sheds would then be able to come in and be driving in on what is jurisdiction of Porirua City Council.
Yep.
And that way they wouldn't be in breach of the regional council rules because they could stay above that line.
And then
that brown line.
Yeah. And then can the people who are in those northern group of boat sheds, I'm assuming that some of them are used as boat sheds, can they launch their boat down to the water from there under your proposal?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And then, sorry, just to be complicated, at the southern end where those the boat sheds are there, and that, as you said, the map's not that detailed to see here, but where the Area A ends, are the people still able, under your proposal, to get access to the boat sheds there?
Yes.
In the south, right? And then they can launch their...
They could launch in front of the boat sheds, and the public could launch in front of the boat sheds, and they could all be staying to the left of the hatched area.
Yeah.
And the access to the beach is to the left of that hatched area.
And then when the is the Republic boat ramp at Tatahi Bay, and if so, where is it?
There are actually three,
right?
Three small ramps.
I did ask.
Well north of Wallace hatched area, and they're around the rocks in the boat sheds that are above the beach. Round when you look at our very poor map 35, the big one.
Yes.
They're right in the middle. You can see that there's sort of some area the rocky area there. That's boat sheds there, and there are ramps. There's 3 ramps in there that are accessible from that Vallis Street area, but they're not really big enough for any major, public usage like the beach has been having from Bay Drive.
Sure. So at the moment, people launch their boats by coming down Bay Drive. At the moment,
that's the main. Yes,
that's the main one.
The main launching area in the northern end, and they come down at the southern end. They come down in front of the boat sheds there.
Right. And under your proposal, by extending the red hatching on the landward side of the CMA, it would mean that instead of using Bay Drive, people would then have to use
the Langley Road one at the north of the boat sheds.
Or the southern one.
Yes, or the southern one. The thing is, though, that the 1990 plan identified Langley Road at the north end behind the boat, coming in at the north end there. I have to watch, I don't upset this video. It's actually got wide road reserve, and it's quite, and it could actually take. They identified it as being something that could take shallow angle parking of tractors and cars plus their boat trailers. So it's actually a facility that's much more helpful to people that have boats, because they're very close to the launching area, and they could park with their trailers and go out without having to move, without having to walk too far to the water. The problem with stopping parking on the beach, the regional council's rule of no parking on the beach, is that all the people parking their boat trailers and that round now at the bottom of Bay Drive there on the beach, where that red car is and that white car is, and along from there, would not be allowed to park. You know, if the Porirua Council follows the lead of the regional council and integrates with it, then they wouldn't be allowed to leave their trailers there, and there's nowhere for them to park, and they can't. Going up Bay Drive, there's no streets there that really take trailer and car and tractor or car parking. There's no double car parks, so you know it just requires a proper management plan to work this all out and do it properly. And that's the sort of thing that we're trying to work towards. You know, so we have been for decades.
Does your submission provide that you want the management plan included within the district plan? Is that how you see it working?
Yes. And we've
there is
the submission we support, or the multiple submitters, and we went through this public exercise the last time round for the proposed natural resources plan, is, and we could move on to that if you like. The regional council announced the proposed natural idea of having a car-free beach. We, with the consultation we did, provided some pro forma submissions for people. Now, attachment 5 there says, we oppose the provision of rules to prohibit motor vehicles over the entire length of Tite Bay Beach because of disturbance to the foreshore seabed and remnants of the fossilised forest. The reason is that adverse effects of motor vehicles on the environment can be avoided, remedied, or with an agreed, and we wish to have the provision amended to allow blanket resource consent, that's a global consent, for motor vehicles in the boat shed areas at the end of the beach. So a management plan, resource consent would require a management plan, and that's the lead that we were taking with this whole thing. It needs to be something that's done in consultation with the community, the beach community, and done properly as a management plan and in a coordinated way. And this development really has to follow through a logical stage by stage thing of, you know, making alternative angle parking at Bay Drive to mitigate the loss of parking on the beach. And that hasn't been done. The regional council has just really made these rules, and we've done the best we can, and we've had to settle on them. But now Porirua Council is left in a situation where its district plan needs to dovetail into it or integrate with it, and there's been no management plan, and the community has not really been taken with it. So we are now getting the shock of it all for people in the community, because they've actually forgotten that 5 years ago, 100 odd of them supported this submission that was made, pro forma submission, which authorised us to speak for them. So it's you know, it's a whole process that needs to go through, but we must have rules in place in the district plan that give guidance to this, and that's what our submission is all about. And
in terms of Mr. Abbott, just in terms of the area, is it have you provided a plan within your submission that shows the area that you want excluded? Like that, but have you got a plan? You've described it to us, the panel, on the area you want excluded. But do you have a plan of that? I'm trying to make sure that we understand, Mr. Abbott, exactly what it is, that the area that you're interested in first spatially, so we can finalise that. So it's only one small part which covers 4 cars. You don't want the red area in your blown up diagram. You don't want that extended back beyond, back to the, what is it? to the paper road in the area that is south of where the red line extends at the moment, so that it comes right up to the top end of the sand area?
How can I explain this? If the definition of mean high water spring tide, which was in the plan that we've had for the last 20 years, if that was carried forward into the proposed natural resources plan, it would be within 2 metres of the toe of those sand dunes. And that's all we want. That's all we want. That's what we thought was a workable definition, and that would take care of the management of the beach. We've now got this position where we're moving it down a little bit, and we've now got jurisdiction of something that's in the Wellington Regional Council's jurisdiction, and something now that's a little strip in the Porirua City Council's zoning.
So if that was the case, how do you want that strip dealt with?
If we would like to see the strip that's between, it's just the grey area of beach. It's just the sandy beach.
Yep.
Included in that area that is hatched. So if the hatched area moved up to the base of the dunes and then was extended up to the stream, that's what we want, because effectively that would create a car-free area that made Bay Drive redundant, but it still allowed angle parking above the beach, a couple of metres above the beach, and it could be all the way along in that paper road area.
Mr. Evatt, I wonder if you could assist us by giving us a plan, and I'm going to suggest maybe by
Friday night?
Friday night, if you could send that to Ms. Morton Adair, the committee secretary, that shows us the area that you want. I'm not interested in the bit below mean high water springs. It's the bit above that, as you've just explained to us, so that we understand exactly what it is, the area that you're talking about. Is that possible?
He could hand draw.
It's possible, and we've actually got it. Porirua City Council, as part of their bylaw proposal, has a map, and the map goes from the toe of those dunes right down to mean low water spring tide, because their bylaw is proposed to be in the Local Government Act, and they've got jurisdiction to the city boundary, which is overlapping down to mean low water spring tide.
So what I want though is what we want though is what you want. I want for you to show us the bit that you want included, please.
Yes, well okay, no, all right.
Yep.
Which is
right. That way we're dealing with that it's coming.
We're dealing with the district plan for Porirua City Council, and the strip we're talking about, I can show on a map. We'll do a map and we can show it, but it is actually just, as I say, that little bit there.
Doesn't have to be a work of art.
No.
A hand-drawn plan is just fine as long as we can clearly understand what it means.
Yes. Okay. Make the strip. Really, then it's just a summary of our submission, which we can take as read, of course. But our submission dealt with the definition for mean high water spring. If mean high water spring tide was defined as it is, if it was a map of, as we see it in our submission, and remember our submission to the Porirua City Council was actually put in before this court decision for the regional. These two have overlapped. Our submission is that that the mean high water spring tide definition is absolutely vital to this, and this is what the whole conflict's about. And that it has to be a map, and you've already alluded to that by saying to me you'd like to see a map of what we want. We made a submission that that the map that we had attached to our submission showed the adjacent zone, Porirua City Council zone, to the area of the beach, and that we said that mean high water spring tide the definition of it should be the Porirua City Council zone, which is adjacent to the beach. That should be the jurisdiction of Porirua City Council, which would mean that regional council would actually have a mean high water spring tide that actually where it was for the submission. But anyway, look, the wording, we think that the wording of the there has to be a definition of mean high water spring tide. It's not good enough to have something which says what it said in our previous plan, and that is there's a definition that it be within to the measurement of two high points within the month and all that. It has to be a map, and we think that applies to all zones in Porirua, because all coastal zones, all coastal environment is affected by this problem.
So, Mr. Ebert, could I ask, in terms of the mean high water springs as defined in the Resource Management Act, I take it that you don't think that definition's acceptable? You'd rather have it as a map, shown on a map. Is that what you want?
Yes, basically that's what we're saying. The experience we've had is that it cannot just be a definition. A definition is something that somebody's got to apply from time to time, and you don't actually know who's in control of what until you do the test, and it's too late in a dynamic situation. We're saying at the coalface of day-to-day management, in dynamic situations, operators must have clearly established in advance who is the authority and what rules apply right now on the spot. This is essential, as shown by the practical example of unlawful interference and a major failure of the regional coastal plan at Titahi Bay with the mean high water spring tide boundary change. So we get people changing things depending on the definition, and you can't actually have that. And we think that applies to all of the coast. But unfortunately, the process has left us out of that conversation, and I haven't actually covered that, but we have a major dispute over the process of the submission procedure. Our submission was published in the council records in part only, i.e. missing the map example of a definition for mean high water springs. That missed the opportunity for further submissions. It failed to be scheduled in the hearing stream 1. So TBRA lost the opportunity to present a joint case with others seeking a mapped definition of mean high water springs, by Porirua City Council officers relegating it to hearing stream 3, which is where we are. Commissioners have been denied the opportunity to view evidence, which we had, which would have influenced their decision on whether mapping was necessary as a definition for mean high water spring at a time when they were formulating that decision. We think that we have the evidence that showed that really it is essential, and although we're only honed in on the example of Titahi Bay, we know there are examples all around the coast that are going to have this sort of problem. That's our position, that that really has to be a map. You've already alluded to the fact you'd like to see a map. You know what we're talking about. And we'll do that then. We can get it to you by Friday easily, no problem. The other point, major point in our submission is that the elevation of the map area of Tite Bay fossilised forest, of raising it to an area of national significance in the proposed natural resource plan is paramount to all decisions on beach usage. For integrated management with Wellington Regional Council, we believe Porirua City Council would be expected to put effect to the Environment Court order. And we've already sort of alluded to it, but the key element for sustainable management is a plan which shifts the boundary of the car-free area to the stream and closes motor vehicle access at Bay Drive. And we have laid out some basic things that we think need to be in the plan, in the district plan. Experience over decades has proven that Porirua City Council cannot be relied on for a practical management plan and needs to have the detailed items of our submission specified as policies, rules and standards in the district plan. And if we don't get a situation where people can park at boat sheds with resource consent, which would require a management plan, then we have this problem of opposition and the absolute destruction of anything you do. And we've already had it now with the signs, first of all being damaged and then taken down. Now, attachment 6 is an example of a local person who is basically representing a whole lot of people that have had years and years of this, and as far as they're concerned, they've had use of the beach, and now if you're going to exclude me, then I'm just going to ignore your rules. And then you've got the situation where in our attachment 7, where was the new boundary. No vehicles past this point, and this is a car-free area. The sign lasted, I think, probably about a month. It got damaged within a day or two. It was almost unreadable. And now finally the Regional Council had to come and remove the base, and that's what they're doing there. The interesting thing is they're using a vehicle, a digger with Caterpillar track. At the moment, because Porirua City Council's got no rules against it. Furthermore on our submission, Part 4, Schedule 3, we withdraw our submission for attention of the former US Marines Hall because PCC now has been granted resource consent for demolition referred to in the decision was the wrong hall. As far as the officer's report goes, the report recommends referral of the matters of the TBRA submission to a bylaw. I consider that to be an unprofessional diversion. The matters raised by TBRA require sustainable management. That is the purpose of the RMA under which this procedure is being conducted. A bylaw is established under the Local Government Act, which makes no mention of sustainable management. In fact, he was referring to, the report referred to a bylaw that was going to be brought in 2022, next year. but that was actually resolved under urgency by the council last week because of the mayhem on the beach. So that just shows you how a bylaw can be coming in and coming out and at the whim of the council. The bylaw fails in a number of ways, and I refer you to paragraph 21, which we've already covered in this thing. Our conclusion, the intransigent position of Wellington Regional Council, followed by the shenanigans of Porirua City Council, have prolonged a resolution and escalated our legal costs over the proposed natural resource plan to more than $45,000 plus $8,000 still owing. And we are only a small voluntary organisation. At the time of the hearing for that plan, I pleaded with commissioners to help avoid the matter having to go to court. I plead with commissioners now to do more this time. Please understand the huge life and death risks faced on this beach on a daily basis in our prolonged struggle with the matter. Please give it strenuous consideration and all of your expertise. Our requested action is that the hearing stream 3 be adjourned with an instruction to Porirua City Council to provide an amended report under section 42A of the Resource Management Act, which properly addresses the matters of the TBRA submission, and that the hearing be rescheduled to resume in February next year. We see this as a practical solution to the problem we all face now.
Mr. Abbott, can I ask you one final point of clarification? You talked about if you got your relief that the owners of the northern boat shed would be able to access the beach, access the boat sheds from Valley Street. Is there currently a practical access? Would it have to be, could it be used right now?
There is an access there, which is gravel and being slightly eroded, on one side by the stream there. It could be, look, could even have a working beat. It just requires basically just like you would in your driveway at home, a retaining wall of probably a metre high, and the gravel that's there now would just have to be sealed, really, ideally. And so really, it's just a matter of taking the fence down. The curbing and channeling already has the drive-in for the driveway that was there. It's been shut off for all these years in favour of Bay Drive being the access. So, it's the width of about, it's actually wider than the south end entrance now. The south end entrance is about 3.5 metres or something wide. This entrance now with gravel in it, it's about 4 metres, and if you put a bit of a retaining wall in, you could probably get about 4.5 to 5 metres width. So it's quite a practical thing to do, and it could be done as a job before Christmas, frankly.
Once you get the consent.
In terms of your conclusion, your request that the hearing be deferred, I don't think we're in a position to do that. And that's because the Section 42A report is a particular step in the process. It's open to all submitters to criticise what's in the 42A report, and which you've done. But the step in the process is now for the council to reply to your criticisms and tell us whether they agree with them, and if they don't agree with them, why they don't agree with them. So that's why it's so important that we understand exactly what you're seeking and where you're seeking it, and which is why it's great that you'll be able to provide us with a plan. Commissioner Sinclair, did you have any more questions for Mr. Abbott?
Just one final question was that in terms of the area that and whatever the provisions are that would cover the area of that end of that part of Bay Road where it enters the beach. In terms of a provision in there, Mr. Ebert, what you desire is that you can't have vehicle access across that part down to the beach. That's what you require, or that's what you desire. Yes.
Ultimately, yes, but we're not trying to close Bay Drive. We're saying that if the car-free area on the beach was extended, then Bay Drive would be redundant, because you wouldn't be able to come, you wouldn't be allowed to drive on the beach. So Porirua City Council would be in a position where they'd be having to do something else with Bay Drive and not allow traffic to come down there. So we're not trying to tell them what to do with Bay Drive. We're just really saying that should not be that part of the beach should not be allowed to have vehicles on it. It should be car-free area.
No, thank you,
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Ebert, for your presentation and for the information you've provided. I have viewed, and we've all viewed the very graphic footage that you provided via the Facebook pages of the resident group. I suppose my question to you is, and I've looked at the history of the regional council signs that came and went in a remarkably short period of time. In your opinion, even if there were a mapped mean high water springs line or any mapped areas, how is that going to change human behaviour on the beach? What's the mechanism, in your opinion, that actually controls the activity and the behaviour that is so distressing and so disadvantageous to the beach?
Well, the control mechanism is not having the physical entrance at Bay Drive. If the physical entrance, the driveway isn't on, the beach driveway is not there, well, then we don't have the uncontrollable access onto the beach. We have entrances effectively which are in areas where boat sheds are, and they were more tranquil, organised things because those people actually look after their part of the environment, and they certainly wouldn't put up with hoons around in their boat shed area.
I mean, will you still be able to control motorbike access to the beach, or short of fencing off the area? Do you still control the behaviour of people who still want to get on that beach?
The streams themselves are the boundary demarcation control mechanism as far as we're concerned. They cut out a definite barrier to normal people with normal vehicles and all that sort of thing, and that becomes an educational thing for motorbikes. I mean, it just becomes something that's, if they've got to ride motorbikes in front of the boat sheds, well, then they're going to get all sorts of reports to the police, and they will certainly get abuse and be completely antisocial behaviour that won't be tolerated. But at the moment, when you've got uncontrolled access 2/3 of the way up the beach into an area that's supposed to be going to become car-free, it's just impossible to control.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is it's the controlling the access to the beach will be the major mechanism that controls the behaviour, not necessarily the mapping of the mean high water springs line.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yes, that what you're suggesting is what we believe.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Murray.
Kia ora, Mr. Ebert. I don't have any further questions for you, but I do want to thank you for your submission and for responding so clearly and thoughtfully to the questions that have been presented to you by the commissioners. It certainly helped me to clearly understand, I think, the issues that are of particular concern to yourself and the Residents Association in relation to the need to establish stronger, greater control of vehicles on the beach and to maintain the ongoing protection of the fossil forest there. And I think, you know, we really do appreciate the efforts of yourself and the Residents Association in pursuing the sustainable management of activities on the beach. I know it's been a long battle, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and express our appreciation for your contribution to this process. So thank you very much for your submission. Kia ora.
Well, thank you for saying that, and I do appreciate, and I thank you, commissioners, for hearing us and for allowing us to explain some of the details of it. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Mr. Ebbett. Can I just echo the Commissioner's comments? We do appreciate your contribution. We also appreciate that it must feel like you've been bashing your head against a large, thick brick wall. But we are listening. We don't know quite what we think is the answer yet, but that's what this process is about, is to hear everybody and to come up with what we think is the best answer. So, as I say, I appreciate your input. We'll look forward to seeing your plan and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll adjourn the hearing until 10 o'clock on Friday. Yes, what day of the week is it? Yes.